You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
If you love bass fishing, there's nothing better than hearing the Bassmaster theme music in January. Here we are, kicking off the 2025 Bassmaster tournament season. The last 2 weeks, we had kayak last week, we've had college, high school this week, and we also have our first St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 this week at Clarks Hill Reservoir, Evans, Georgia. Man, what a famed fishery that we went to quite a bit in the early 2000s, but it's been a very long time since we've been here, and certainly weren't here in January when it was frigid. We could call this a full-blown winter tournament. We had to postpone a day of this event due to snow, ice, and sub-freezing temperatures. Yesterday, they had to rock some boats free of the trailer, frozen on the trailer, but boy, the action on the water was hot. 4 anglers over 20 pounds. We had 53 catch 15-pound limits or better, and our leader, Chase Clark, kicked off the season with 25-plus pounds. What a way to kick off your year. And now that it's a 2-day shootout, the top 10 has to feel much better about their odds of maybe winning and punching their ticket to the Bassmaster Classic in late January, as we take a couple moments at takeoff to check out some of our anglers. We also got to talk to some of our anglers this morning before they kick off the final day here on Bassmaster Live.
First day cancellation, I don't really know that it really affected I don't think it affected today. I do think it helped yesterday because the fish got an extra day off. I do see a big change in the way the fish are acting because that extra day, not necessarily cancellation, but the weather we had come in, the ice, the snow, the extreme cold. You can probably see my breath right now. You know, we're in the low 20s every morning, so it's really changed the way the fish are acting. But as far as the cancellation, I mean, besides everybody fishing both days, I don't know that it really changed much.
Oh, yesterday was it was a great day. You know, when you catch 2 6-pounders, things are just going your way. I'm excited for today. I'm nervous. I got the lead, so I'll take every ounce that I can get over this competition because I looked at the roster in practice, and these are 162 of the best anglers that I've ever competed against. So I'm going to do everything I can to try to seal the deal today. My goal is probably 10 bites. I think if I can catch 10 fish, I'm around the quality that I think I can have a good bag. And throw in one of those big ones and you never know what could happen.
What's up, guys? Chris Blanchett here. We're in 9th place currently. Had a great day yesterday with 19 pounds. I actually guide on a lake about an hour and a half from here, Lake Murray. So I'll kind of break down a lot of what we're looking at, why the fish are doing what they're doing. It's cold, man. It's really cold. It's like 28 degrees, 27 degrees right now, which is actually pretty warm for how the week's been. But you know, gonna break everything down for you, kind of walk through everything. It's a really early morning bite. That's really typical whenever you got bluebird skies like this. You're gonna have about 2 hours to make hay this morning. So hopefully we can make that happen. Stay tuned and let's see if we can get it done.
Hey guys, Christian Nash here. We're at day 2 of the Bassmaster Open here at Clarks Hill. We had a good day yesterday. We're sitting in 3rd place, and we had a little ditch deal yesterday and got some really good bites. So just hopefully go out today and do the same deal and hopefully expand a little bit on the area and just hope they're still biting because I need 5 big bites today. There's some hammers in this field. Super excited to get out there.
Just mainly focused on rock with the sun coming out and heating things up. I feel like the fish are going to pull up on some rocks, so we're going to hit as many rock piles as we know and try to catch a good bag.
All right, guys, so yesterday went pretty good. Ended up with 19-2. Morning started off a little slow. Only had about 2 fish until, I don't know, about 10 o'clock. About 11:30, 12. Caught 3 key fish, caught a 4-pounder and 2 heavy 3s. Honestly, about 1, I had 18 pounds, and I thought that was going to be enough. So I went practicing, caught 1 more big one. It's a good thing I did, or I wouldn't be in the top 10 right now. These guys absolutely blasted them. Hoping to go back out. Got about 3 areas I'm going to cycle through. Hopefully I can back up what I had yesterday, and we'll see what happens.
Got to hear from most of our top 10 right there as we roll out with Dylan Fogarty right there from Bethel University, now in the Opens. And we got a couple young guys, couple old guys, couple herring specialists. We got some smallmouth guys at heart that are really good. Zach Gautremont right there we got to talk to. Caught a 10-pounder last year at Lake Ouachita. So this type of highland fishery seems to suit him well. And Going to be a great final day here at Clarks Hill. What a way to start the season off. I know the anglers were chomping at the bit. You never want to postpone the first day of the season, but that just made yesterday mean even more for these anglers. And today, as we have a full field fishing, that's the only big difference. Is normally when we're launching on Championship Saturday, it is just the top 10. But today, with the postponed day one, we have 160 plus anglers fishing for the win. 10 on camera today. I'm joined in studio today by Such, like usual, Mike Sucon, and our special guest, somebody who knows quite a bit about the Savannah River, and honestly, has been fishing Clarks Hill quite a bit lately, Mr. Brandon Cobb. Brandon, appreciate you joining us, man.
Glad to be here, and I love watching Clarks Hill. It's one of my favorite lakes to fish, and I actually have some recent trips out there, so
we know you live close to Greenwood, Lake Greenwood,
Correct.
But we always call you a Lake Hartwell guy, and when you look at the Georgia-South Carolina border, your home address, it's right in the middle. I mean, Russell's probably the closest, but you probably spent quite a few trips on Clarks Hill in the past, and honestly, this place in the early 2000s was the place to be. It's gotten a little quiet. We haven't had a lot of tournaments there, but boy, it is still just as good, if not better than it ever has been.
It is. It's really good. It's changed a lot, but it's still as good as it ever has been.
Get out live with Zach Gautreault, our New York angler represented in the top 10.
That's one of the right ones. Take it easy with them. All this ice on the guides. Not a bad one. Probably a heavy 3-pounder. We'll take it. Got that on a missile bait spunk shad, bombshell color. Number one. So I'll jump in this box right here real quick. $3.95. I'll take it.
Called it a 3-pounder, Brandon, but we find out that's almost a 4-pounder. That is a great way to start, especially when you see how many 20-pound bags, how many good fish were caught. The average fish yesterday, Such, pretty good for it being winter conditions.
2 3/4 pounder was our average fish, 116 limits. Zach started the day off like he finished yesterday. He was down in the standings and had a couple close to 4-pounders to get in our top 10.
This is a guy that definitely knows his herring lakes right here. Tyler is hard to beat around the Savannah River, everywhere.
He is our Bassmaster team champion fish-off. He'll be in the Bassmaster Classic at Ray Roberts this year.
Oh, God, there's my line. You still on there? Are you kidding me? How about that? Wow. Wow. That's unbelievable. There's number one.
Well, I was asked about this earlier over the headset, so
Now I got a mess.
pretty sure that ended up getting thrown back after clarification. But the rule is, Brandon, if you break your line on a fish, you can only retrieve it with your hands or with the rod that broke. You cannot use another rod, which he didn't expect to. He made another cast and then saw it. So I believe the clarification that one was eventually thrown back. So not number one, but Tyler Campbell, I guess feeling a little luckier than he has been lately.
We'll get him here in a minute. There we go.
What you doing?
We got a ditch, and we're just, they're about 35 foot on the bottom. They're just sitting down there tucked down at the bottom. You just see one, you throw at it, and if you're accurate with a cast, they bite it every time. We gotta get back down there quick. Yeah, they're belly hugging the bottom.
Christian Nash making his debut to Bassmaster Live, the Tennessee angler.
.5 on day one, including a 5. I think it was a 13.
Hartwell Lanier and in the mountains. Did it again. I got her again.
Now this one, Brandon, would be legal. This one's legal. And I think he's got to sit down and retie everything. I don't know if it's ice or what it is.
I don't know what he's got going on, but he needs to.
Oh, she came
he needs to work on it.
No, she didn't.
Not what I'd expect from Tyler Campbell, but. Also, if anybody has a line company that wants to sponsor, he's used quite a bit of line this morning up already.
He's gonna be out. I didn't think we'd be watching hand fishing this morning. That's a good one, too.
Oh, no! There we go.
Are you serious? Oh, my God.
We know he's got good hooks because he's broke too often they stayed hooked.
Something's going on with that rod.
He's got a chip in a guide or something.
He is our new leader. Now you said expect an early morning bite here, right, Brandon?
Early morning, and a lot of these guys are kind of in the center of these pockets. It's what is known as ditch fishing. You hear about ditch fishing in all the Savannah River lakes, Hartwell, Clarks Hill, all this. That's essentially what they're all doing. A ditch is kind of an unknown thing, but essentially the center of pockets. There's actually a roadbed in this pocket he's in right now, too. I can't tell if he's on it, but there is a roadbed here.
Oh my God. Here we go, boys. That's a giant. Holy crap. Come on, girl. Oh. Give up. 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 That's how you do it. Oh my God. That's another 6-pounder. Look at the size of that one, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Woo. Let's go. Oh my God. She gets to go for a ride in the Bass Cat this morning. Oh.
That's a good
A 6'8" yesterday and another one over 6 pounds, half his weight from 2 fish, 25-14. What a start.
Wow. Chase Clark, if you remember, late last year he fished Leech Lake, got 3rd place to Easton
Yeah.
Fothergill and Jay Shakira, picking up the season this year where he ended last year on a high note.
Oh man, I'm back here in the back of a pocket, and the sun is in my eyes on this side of me. And just a minute ago, I saw or heard some blow up over there, but I couldn't see it. So I shined my live scope over there, my MBT, and saw a few dots, and they followed it all the way back to the boat. And I guess there was one sitting under my trolling motor, which was that big one, and she came out and smoked it. I didn't even see her. But I got her, and I saw her then. So we need 4 more. All day to do it.
Being on the water recently, that's one thing you think with the snow and cold and all that. You would think like, oh, all the fish go deep, get deeper and deeper, but they're talking about fish schooling. That actually, quite often in South Carolina, you know, Savannah River lakes too, that's what happens. It gets colder and colder, they actually get more active.
We were talking about blueback herring lakes and how a lot of people rag on them and don't like them, Brandon, but they bite. All
the time.
200 degrees or 2 degrees, they bite.
They bite. Basically 12 months of the year, there's a way to catch them.
You got to eat sometime. He put that in as a 5'8", 5 pounds, 8 ounces.
That seems conservative.
Chase Clark is back in the lead. 25-year-old from Virginia Beach.
Yeah, fished at Auburn with a lot of really great anglers. So he said, hey, I want some of the success. I want you guys to come share it with me a little bit. So he's got a good start to his season, no doubt. Fishing all 8 as well. It's not a requirement this year. You can fish 1 division to make the EQs, but fishing all 8 definitely ups your odds.
We didn't talk about that yet. Switched from 9 EQ events to 2 divisions of 4 opens each, and then 3 elite qualifier events in the fall. That Brandon Cobb, you could even enter those and fish against the top 50 in each of the 2 opens divisions.
100 opens anglers and however many elite guys, which I would expect, Brandon. At least 50. If you don't make the classic, there's no way you're giving up 3 shots at it.
Extra chance.
They're not free shots, but they're 3 more shots. Yeah.
I feel small again.
We got Champlain, Pickwick, and Okeechobee on that EQ schedule, Ryan.
There we go. That's a start we're looking for. That is what lives down there. Surprisingly, they get bigger than that too.
Dylan messaged me last night and said, I might be the only guy you see on live today that doesn't throw a spinning rod. And I said, bring it. Let's see it.
Surprised, that's another largemouth. Most every catch so far I've seen this morning, except the previous catch was a spotted bass, but all the rest have been largemouth. And that's the one thing that's changed at Clarks Hill in the last 5 years or so is there's a very healthy population of spotted bass that it used to not have.
So did you expect a mixed bag then, or?
I knew the bigger bags would be predominantly largemouth,
right?
But I kind of figured like in the mornings at least you'd see filler fish of spots.
We are getting confirmation that Tyler Campbell did throw back, so he has 1, which is his 2nd catch, and hopefully right now he is retying and figuring out why that rod is doing that.
Switch rod.
I think it's time to retire that one.
Oh my God. Don't do that, don't do that.
There's a 4-pounder.
Good thing is, when it's so cold, you notice the fish give up when they get near the boat. Once they get them up out of the deeper water, they're pretty much landed.
And they love to run at you. Oh. There we go. Another one, probably right at 3. Oh, good to know they're still here. Look at that, 3 even. Number 3.
All right, tell me about that fish. How you feeling about it?
Beautiful, feeling good. They're still, they seem to be loaded on this this little rock pile deal here, so hopefully there's still a couple big ones down there, and they gotta start getting a little bigger for us to have a shot.
Well, we have to take commercial breaks, Brandon Cobb. I know the action doesn't stop on the water, but we actually need to figure out who is leading because so many fish are getting caught. We gotta let Bass Track. I think the smoke in the studio is coming off the Bass Track machine. We gotta figure that out, and we'll be back in just a few minutes from the Bassmaster Open here at Clarks Hill. Welcome back to the St. Croix Bassmaster Open here at Clarks Hill Reservoir, presented by 7. Live coverage brought to you by Daiwa this week. First stop of the 2025 season kicking off. 8 opens technically this year, and then we have 3 EQ events at the end, so 11 opens this season possible for these anglers. And you want to be fishing in those final 3 opens. That means you have a shot at the Bassmaster Elite Series. We had to put up some barrier suits. There's been so many entries to try to make the Elite Series. We got to make it a little harder and a little more available to everyone. So you got to get through this group of guys to the top 50, and then you got to get through another group of guys to make sure you can make it to the Elite Series. I guess we're well vetted.
We talked about this, Ronnie. This Division 1 that this Clarks Hill is starting has 162 anglers, I believe. In the Division 2 has almost 230.
Yes.
I think that's our max.
I'm not going to use the word easy, but I'll say the path is much more doable when you need to be in the top 50 out of 150 compared to top 50 out of 230.
This is a really popular area of the lake he's in. A lot of good ditches and a lot of herring and shad use all these troughs, ditches in this area.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Please stay hooked. Yes! Thank you, Lord. He was not coming off.
Fogarty's 3rd fish, up to 2nd place from 7th. 3 for almost 8 pounds.
Out to Matt Adams.
Good one if it's a bass.
It's a good one if it's a bass. It is. It's not as good as I thought, just a spot.
You heard him say if it's a bass. That's what we were talking about, is the striper population is also healthy.
He down there too deep. Hey, baby. Hey, baby.
And they live the same places as the bass. And usually if you're around stripers, you're around bass and vice versa.
Never saw him.
Matt Adams, the first man. You never want to be the first man out of the Elite Series, but that's where he found himself at Lake Martin, the first man out. Who would have thought he'd have a tough event close to home to wrap up the season, but lost out in that tight battle between Bo Browning, Evan
He and Bo
Kung.
Browning were tied going into the final event for the last spot.
Only 5 points behind Evan Kung.
They're up a little bit. They're up to spend a little bit more. Come on. Come on. That's a better fish, I think. I don't know if it's better or not. I thought it was. It's better than what I got. Yeah, it is. He's not as big as I thought. He's 4 pounds probably. Stop that. Come here. Come here. Come. Oh, be 3.5. That worked. Told you, that is just a war of attrition, man. War of attrition. It's a good fish. I'm only throwing it in front of 55 like this one, you know. He's like, oh, God.
I'm curious what the water temperature is now. Did anybody mention? About a week ago, it was around 46, but then we had the huge cold front.
Yeah, I didn't ask anybody last night, but I thought I saw someone post a photo, and I saw on the graph like 42, but I don't know.
I fished a nearby lake
where
this past week after the front, and it was 42 to 43, so I'm assuming that's probably about what it is there.
But they're going to like the air temperatures a little bit better. They started in the upper 20s. It's going to get near 50.
It's a warm front.
This
I think
afternoon.
today,
over 50.
Today, Such, is the last day under freezing in Little Rock until February 8th. So I'll take that too. That's 2 weeks, baby. We didn't get the snow that Clarks Hill got, but we've been in the single digit for the wind chill and teens for the temperatures. Our snow came the week prior to Clarks Hill's snow. Here in the Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas region.
And for everybody not from Clarks Hill area, this is not normal weather. Like, this is much colder than it ever is.
All right, with only a 2-day event, this is what we're kind of worried about. 30th place, Lucas Murphy just put in his limit. He's got 14.2, and he's jumped up to 3rd place. We may have somebody we don't have eyes on coming up with a 25-pound bag today and stealing this event.
Would not surprise me. Lucas Murphy is a big-time hammer. He's won on Smith Lake in the College Series. He was a Michigan angler. Grand Valley State is now transplanted to Columbia because he works, Such, with Strike King. So not only is he in the industry, he is a good fish catcher too. Just like this guy, Chase Clark. Our day one leader, 25 pounds plus. Great start to the morning with a big one. That Brandon Cobb says probably bigger than what was in Bass Track, which was a 5.5, 6 pounder. We got our eyes on him last year at Leech Lake, and honestly, I told him on the phone last night. Last time you were on live, you did a great job. You ran into Easton Fothergill and Jay Shakira, which I mean, most guys will say they'll take 3rd too.
On a smallmouth lake.
Absolutely. He was very nervous how it was go. He was sharing water with a lot of people, and that final day, it was just a
Leech Lake special.
Magical.
Rob G, that's for you. Oh my God.
Carrying on the belly pad, even though the Elite season ended, Leech Lake kept the opens going for stop number 8, or stop number 7 of the season.
God.
Chase fished a abbreviated schedule last year. He was not in the EQ points race necessarily because he didn't fish the all 9 of them. This year he's fishing both divisions, has his sights set on the Classic, which could be knocked out today, and the Elites, which we'll know about mid-November. So for those who like a long season, late January to mid-November, Brandon, that's what they're going to get for the Opens this year.
Now we have a new leader, Dylan Welton from 59th. He's got 18 pounds on the day. He's taken over the Bass Track lead now. When our leaders have hit their limit, they're going to pass them again. But, you know, catching 18 pounds early is probably a nice thing to have happen.
That's a good start. I actually caught some fish in this pocket last week, or 2 weeks ago. A lot of these pockets just get bait fish in them, and it's just a lot of life around.
How do you think the anglers felt in winter conditions? A lot less changes, but they weren't on the water Wednesday or Thursday. So you practice Sunday, Monday, Tuesday in snowy conditions. Then you're off the water with frigid conditions for 2 days. These fish probably aren't moving, but yesterday was a little uneasy probably.
That's right. Yeah, this is the one time of year, though, where I think you could practice a week in advance. And it just doesn't change much because the fish are not really pre-spawn yet, still winter. And if they were going to miss some days of practice or have a delay there, that it probably didn't hurt many of them between practice and the tournament.
I think a lot of guys didn't even practice. They had some really rough days and really cold and windy, rough water days that some people said, no, I'm not going out there. I left early.
I know Sunday, their first day of practice, we had 35-mile-per-hour winds, and Clarks Hill is not somewhere you really want to be much in 35-mile-per-hour winds.
But the first event of the season, you're itching to get out there. So some people probably rested for a little while anyway.
There was a lot of fish here yesterday. I'm hoping there'll be a few left. I had everything I had yesterday probably by like 11:30. And I left this area, so I know I left a few, so we'll see what happens.
He mentioned catching them early. That's what I was curious about yesterday, is a lot of times these herring lakes and fish in these ditches, in the morning you can see them really good on live scope, front sonar, and then later in the day they get super stuck to the bottom and hard to catch.
Fish.
And morning they're feeding really well and up high.
You throw at it and it comes up and it bites it. This is probably one of the best scoping lakes I've been to. It's a little different than what I do back at home, but it's cool to learn new lakes and learn this herring deal because I'm no expert at it. But I'm excited about today. Don't know what'll happen, but I'm gonna leave that in God's hands, and hopefully we work our butt off and we get 5 of them to bite, and we'll see what happens. Shout out Rob G. Belly pat. Maybe I can catch one to do a belly pat. Yesterday I had 2 big ones. So.
Well, Robert G. but definitely made the most of his open season, making the Elite Series, and then when he gets there, I mean, people have belly padded for years as we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, but it seems like Robert G. made it his thing last year, and now plenty of people in the Opens looking to do what Robert G. did. Welcome in, I'm Ronnie Moore. That is Bassmaster Elite Series Pro and 2-time champion Brandon Cobb. We've got Mike Sukon with us like usual, the award-winning writer over there at the Daily Limit. Brandon, you've been to Clarks Hill. You actually said, hey, I thought the tournament was going to be full, so I didn't try to get in, and I could have got into it, but you did a bunch of pre-fishing for it. This lake is very underrated and doesn't get talked about like it should.
It is, and what's unique about Clarks Hill is not only is it giant, it's pretty much everywhere is good. I mean, you saw like there's a cluster of boats there near the ramp kind of, but there's people scattered all over the lake, and the whole lake has winning potential. I mean, I fished there's 2 arms, the Georgia Little River arm and the Savannah River arm. I'm more familiar with the Savannah River arm, which you saw a few guys in, which is the right arm, but both arms are equally good. The one thing that is surprised me is it looks like a lot of guys, at least in the mornings, are targeting more like the ditch-oriented fish. Clarks Hill, a lot of fish stay shallow on the bank year-round and like actually bank fishing, not the center of the ditches. And you saw a few guys catch him on a jig up on the bank, and then he was up on a point, Chase was a while ago. So there's fish doing everything. That's what makes it such a good tournament lake.
We haven't been to Clarks Hill on a top-level tournament since 2010 with the Bassmaster Elite Series when we were here. We did have a college event this time of the year last year, the first few days of February. But, Brandon, we talked about some lake comps, lakes that we've been to that maybe people know about more that are similar, Lake Hartwell, Lake Lanier. They're very similar, but what are the differences also between the three lakes we've just mentioned?
Yeah, so, I mean, like Lake Hartwell is... Obviously, it's one lake up. There's Lake Russell between Clarks Hill and Hartwell, but Clarks Hill is what's different from the other Heron lakes is like Lanier and Hartwell. It still has the spotted bass, largemouth, like the healthy population of both, but on Clarks Hill, it's a lot flatter. The topography there is just a much flatter lake to where Hartwell's got all the red clay, the steep out to the timber. Clarks Hill has a bunch of kind of the pea gravel, sandy type banks, so it just lays out differently. A lot of fish stay shallow because of that. And the one difference is, a lot of people don't realize it, but about 5 years ago, it actually had a ton of hydrilla. It wasn't like true hydrilla, like Florida hydrilla, but I think it kind of conditioned a lot of those fish to staying shallow. It's gone now. There's none left. But it made a lot of those fish conditioned staying up shallow. So that's what's a little bit different at Clarks Hill versus the rest. And I would say Clarks Hill probably has a bigger largemouth population still compared to spotted bass, because as I said, like 7 years ago, I'd never caught a spotted bass in Clarks Hill, or 8 years ago, and now
you can weigh them in.
Now
plenty.
it's the half split.
Good ones.
Yeah.
Suits, you talked about it. You've been asking me about the opens and what to expect since Thanksgiving of last year. I know you've been keeping an eye on this. How was day one to what you expected? We came out with a bang.
Well, Brandon said he expected a 25-pound bag. I did not. I did not expect 4 guys to get over 20 pounds. We had 18 bags over 18 pounds. A 6.5-pounders, our Phoenix Boats Big Bass, our leader. Pretty impressive. Clarks Hill has shown out on day one. Let's see what happens today. We've seen our leader catch another one.
I'll say we've had about an hour of fishing, 45 minutes of live coverage so far today, and we've seen plenty of action, no doubt about it. And we mentioned it, Brandon Cobb, hey, thanks for hanging with us. He'll be here for all 6 hours of our live coverage today, and we kind of got to keep an eye on the Elite Series season. It doesn't start for another month, but 2 lakes on the schedule this year that Brandon Cobb has past victories on, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that, and he'll be one to watch for sure. We expect him to be in the Classic. I know last year was a little bit of an anomaly, but let's take it back to 2019 Lake Hartwell. We're going there again in April, but it's a little bit later. What do you expect maybe the differences from your victory there in 2019 to what we'll see in 2025?
Yeah, so when we were there in 19, it was the fish were actually not even spawning until the tournament started. There was hardly any. And then with the off day and then the tournament starting, they pulled up everywhere. And this year, we should be full in spawn or even getting towards the post spawn. That's always the time of year where some fish are starting to be post spawn, chasing herring around. It'll be, honestly, I think the tournament will be even better than last time. I hope it's better for me because it went pretty well last time.
Absolutely.
But I think the weights will be better this time than they were even last time because there'll be so many more things happening.
Well, the last time we also went to Lake Fork. In that time of the year, Brandon Cobb also got the victory there. We'll see. We saw a little bit of pre-spawn, spawn, and post-spawn in that tournament you won. We may see a little bit more of that as well in the month of May. A couple events to look at, but every event is an event that Brandon Cobb can win, no doubt about it. He's our guest today at Clarks Hill, and we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Clarks Hill, Evans, Georgia. Final day coverage here. Normally, it's just the top 10, but with the postponed day one, full field guaranteed 2 days, so that means day 2 becomes day 1, and the final day is a full field 160 boat day. You can see how the 10 anglers we have on camera are distributed across the lake. Everybody's got a bait of themselves, it looks like, at least in that portion of the lake. So we head over to 18-year-old Blaine Bunny, Tulsa, Oklahoma region. Blaine said he fished a year or two of high school. Didn't get bored with it, but said I wanted to fish more locally and get better around the house, and did so. Looks up to the likes of Jason Christie, Edwin Evers, guys like that. And he said, someone said, would you like to fish the Opens at some point? He said, sure. And they said, well, this year you can do it if you want. And so not too bad of a first day of his Opens career. Yesterday with 22-7.
22, first
day
ever.
I didn't want to tell him on the phone it's all downhill from here because you just never know, but that is a way to start.
He's 12.
Such, we have a new unofficial leader.
Yes, I was going to mention that when
you may know the name.
Playing was done. Yes.
Michael Neal into the lead. Not surprising.
Had a decent day one. He was like 12th place, 18 plus. 18,
yeah. Saw him in the photo gallery around. I think he was in the photo gallery that Blaine Bunny was in. Not that they were in the same region, but they were kind of hitting their stride mid-morning, and that's when the photographers found them.
We've had 3 guys outside our camera, top 10, jump up with the early limit, but the other guys have their catch-up fish to catch yet.
Yeah. I think you're going to see, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think you're going to need over 40, 42 with the 2-day tournament. Like, it's going to be some weight today, too.
We got 2 3-pounders in the box and 1 little one that we'll have to get rid of, but I was saying I'll definitely be happy if we can get 5 over 3. I know there's some big ones down here, but just dragging a jig real slow, picking up a bite every once in a while, kind of using this bank as a means of navigation. It's a channel swing bank right against a channel, so we're slowly picking it apart, finding where they like to sit. This is my first ever open, and I mean, it means the world. I'm gonna try not to get choked up saying this, but I was mentioning to my dad about how I wanted to fish the opens, and that's what I've always wanted to do as soon as I got out of college. And you know, he was you know, trying to encourage me, and he said, you know, you think you got what it takes? So, like, if you think so, I'll pay for your opens entry fees. And I told him straight up, I was like, you know, I really don't think I have what it takes, you know. And he pushed me, and he got me to sign up, and I'm real glad I did.
Well, at minimum, Brandon, we could say that Dylan is humble and aware that he still has plenty of work to do, but he was a high school All-American, went to Bethel University, and sometimes in college, or whatever level it may be, you have success, you take the next step and you maybe blend in. You're not the top of the class in the next level, but it clicks for you at some point, and then you make that next jump. And so what a dad. Absolutely. That is so cool to see a dad support a son like that, knowing like, hey, normally the son's more confident than the father, but I like seeing it the other way around sometimes.
He's got a good start too. What he's doing now, a lot of times doing the ditch fishing, you catch a lot of fish, but it's hard to get that big bite. What he's doing now, I really like, because to catch a 6 to 8 pound fish, this is a really, really good way to do it. A lot of those true giants stay on the bank a little shallower. Like, he's not fishing shallow, but he's fishing bank oriented, so it's definitely risky.
Well, and you said that Clark's Hill's so much flatter. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of those fish that are shallower have so much farther to get to the ditches, maybe, or deeper water. With him fishing a channel swing bank, they have that ability this time of the year to go up and down based on sun conditions, cloud conditions, cold, warm. And so that maybe has a lot of fish coming or going to him.
That's right.
So we go out to Matt Adams, what the Alabama Anglers got in stores. We check out a shot of his graph, fishing about 35, 40 feet of water.
This is what makes these ditches that you can see the fish with live scope, obviously, but there's so many fish that it makes it hard to target them almost.
It looks like there was basically 2 groups of 3 fish there, pretty tight to the bottom, within 2 or 3 feet of the bottom, and Matt got one of them to fire up.
He's not.
Now we'll see if it's a spot or a largemouth.
Dang, spots are so hard to tell.
He looked drastically bigger. For some reason on live scope, the spotted bass, like he just said that, they look larger than the largemouth. Like a 2 pound spot looks like a 5 pound largemouth. I think it's like their density or something. They just look bigger, and that's what he said on that one.
They're big boned, you're saying?
Mm-hmm, they are.
He's kind of surprised he came in with 20 pounds yesterday. It was his best day out here. Again, he was our first man out in the EQ9 who make it to the elites this season.
And now this year for the changes, we've added 2 classic spots for the opens because there's 11 events, and then 1 more spot to the elites, 10 spots instead of 9 because of the gauntlet they have to go through.
It's too cold for you to be jumping like that. Come here.
Everybody's a little timid grabbing them, not getting their hands wet in the 28 degrees.
Let's flip and go. Good largemouth.
One 9.
Below our average fish catch of about 2 3/4 pounds, and he had a 6'4" yesterday, Brandon Cobb. How often do you run into those on Clarks Hill?
Surprisingly, it used to be more common, but Clarks Hill's got, I would say compared to like Hartwell and Russell and Lanier, the other Heron Lakes, Clarks Hill's got some big ones. Like I've seen many 7, 8, even 9 pounders weighed in there, but a 6 is definitely on the upper tier. I think the former grass in Clarks Hill really helped the population.
Another catch, and we head out now to Robbie Mills for the first time. Getting a look at him today in our top 10.
He's fallen to 20th.
I feel like once the sun gets up, maybe we'll get a little bit more action. So we'll see how it goes. We're gonna stay positive, that's for sure. Throwing a crankbait on some rocks. I've thrown a jig as well. The weights really surprised me yesterday. Oh gosh. The weights really surprised me yesterday. So hopefully we can catch them like that again today. I don't remember ever having a tournament up here with that many 15+ pound bags, so that's good. That's good for our lake. Hopefully, more big tournament trails will keep coming back and we'll get to enjoy it.
I thought a lot of guys would be surprised by the weights. When I went 2 weeks ago, though, I could tell it was fishing well. I figured, I don't even know what 20th place was, but I told one of my buddies, I said, I think 20th place will be roughly 18 pounds, is what I figured. And I don't know what it ended up being.
20th place ended up being 17-12. It was the first bag, not 18 pounds. You were so far off, it's not even funny.
I figured it would be really, really good.
We were talking about Dylan Fogarty, and I was saying how he was a former high school All-American, how he had done well. In his class of high school All-Americans, the likes of Easton Fothergill, Jackson Swisher, Brooks Anderson, Tucker Smith, That's quite a group of high school All-American. Drake Himby, who's from Carson Newman, he's now in the Opens as well. So that was a good group of high school All-Americans that translated. And so we go out to Tyler Campbell, one of the great college anglers, a couple runner-up finishes. We talked about it earlier, the 2 handline fish, one being legal, one not.
Back, unfortunately, he did not count.
This was earlier when he did indeed throw that back. I believe he called Hank Weldon to make sure.
Yeah, so if you missed it earlier, he broke a fish off and then was fishing again.
Yes.
And just happened to run across his line, and he used another rod to get it. If he had grabbed it with his hands or the same rod he broke off with, it would have been legal. But you can't use a.
If it's sitting there for a couple minutes, you grab it with your hands. That's still legal.
I don't. He made another cast with another rod.
I think it's when you lose connection or lose sight to your line and resume fishing operations, just like the culling deal. Like you may not have caught another fish, but as soon as you make another fishing act with a different rod, you know. Now, if he would have trolled over there with his line immediately and scooped it up with his rod, he has not done anything else. So yes, that would have counted, like the second one did.
We've seen that on the elites where he broke the line and
go get it.
Little bitty guy. We're gonna keep him though. He is a keeper. Make number 3.
The one thing that's kind of hard to do is all these ditches and pockets have so many fish in them right now. And you notice, I mean, they're catching a lot of fish. Like that's a small spotted bass. With the spotted bass and the largemouth, it's hard to know if you can catch 20 pounds in your ditch or you can catch 11 and catch 100. Yeah. They're in all of them. It's hard to know what.
Well, we know what you want.
Yeah.
You got to start somewhere. We got 3 of them babies, so that's right. We'll get 2 more. That'll make a limit.
Saw a little cranking being done
right off the bottom
a minute ago. I think if this tournament had been 2 to 3 weeks later, you would have seen a lot of cranking.
Really?
It's just we're probably a hair early for them really to get up there.
Again, Michael Neal from 12th place with his limit of almost 15 pounds is in the lead. Dylan Welton was 59th. He's got our biggest bag so far on Bass Track of 18. 5 ounces.
Quick too. Quick. He had 18 relatively.
And we just had another one jump into 3rd place. Carter Cunningham with 15 even. He was 29th with 17.3 on day 1. So there's a couple good 17, 18 pound bags together.
Yeah, that's what's hard with 25 pounds, 14 ounces from Chase Clark. You said 40, 41, 42. When you have 25, almost 26, and you catch a 5.5, 6 pounder to start your day, that's his only one right now.
Yeah.
But it's like, man, he's already at 31. You're like, dude, he only 9 more pounds with 4 fish, and so that's the thought though. You're assuming they're going to catch a limit, and
that's right.
If he does catch 15, he's well on his way, but he is also on his way to maybe another 20-pound bag.
We always hear that. Is Clark's Hill one of those 20 plus one day and 12 the next?
It is at times, but the one thing is with all the fish deep in these ditches right now, I do think majority of the people who are doing the right thing out here that were able to catch 20 on one day, they're still going to have, I'm not saying they catch 20 again, but they're not going to completely
15.
flop. Yeah.
He sees it too. Here he comes, boy. Here he comes. That ain't a big one. I don't think. No, he ain't big. It's a little old spot.
Spot
take it now.
A little spot feels like a big one.
That's 4. Close my line up. I threw it down there on top of that brush, and I seen a big one, and there was 2 babies that shot up and got it first. And that big one, he didn't even have a chance. Let's see if we can get him. He's still down there.
This is the first event of the Bassmaster Open season, but we've already kicked off the B.A.S.S tournament season with the Kayak Series. The Newport Kayak Series kicked off last week at Lake Havasu. Drew Gregory, who won the Kayak Classic last year, who's won Angler of the Year and plenty of kayak events, one of the innovators of the sport, kicked off our 2025 season with a plane flight, some mishmash tackle, and a victory at Lake Havasu. The next one starts next week at the Kissimmee Chain. Scan that QR code for more info on the Kayak Series. St. Croix Bassmaster opens here at Clarks Hill Reservoir, presented by 7. Live coverage brought to you by Daiwa. About an hour and 10 minutes into our live coverage for the final day here at Clarks Hill. Anglers have been fishing for a little bit longer than that. We've seen some guys spread out and had their moments. Everybody's kind of got their own water to themselves. Like you said, Brandon, every single one of these creeks on Clarks Hill has a good ditch to it, and so everyone's kind of carved out where their fish are. And honestly, we've seen, this isn't suspended fish deal. We saw Matt Adams' graph, but a lot of these fish are welded to the bottom. Maybe not big groups of them, but those 3 to 5 fish groups for sure. And we've seen some 5-6 pounders be caught.
Feels a little bit bigger. Ain't that big though. There we go. A little better one. Guys, working on it still. Getting a few things a little bit better, but he got us one. It makes 5, so we gotta find number 5 full.
Told Christian to tell me about himself a little bit. You know, where's he? What's his background? He said his mentor and someone who took him under his wing and taught him a lot about bass fishing, especially in Tennessee, was Adam Wagner. And I said, that's not too bad of a mentor to have if he is known on a national level. I've never covered, local Tennessee tournaments, but Adam Wagner is a name.
I fished against him even in some BFL regionals.
It's like, well, you could have picked a worse mentor, so that's not too bad. Out to Tyler Campbell. We'll see if he got his leader situation or his chipped guide and his rod, something figured out. Good to go so far.
I think he's actually going to reel this one in. He's not going to have to hand line it.
Traditional. He's going old school. He's using a rod and a reel.
What's the trick in this?
He's just giving everybody a chance.
Ready. They'll probably make the team.
That one came off in the floor. I'd like to know exactly what does it. You see that fish has very, very pink lips. It almost looks like it's bleeding, but it's not. For some reason, especially Clarks Hill, when that's starting to happen, they're biting. Like every time you catch them good, that's what starts happening.
Tyler Campbell, after catching 2 by way of hand lining in this morning, he threw one of them back. One of them was legal, one of them was not. He has a limit, obviously, culling right now, and reports are that it's around 16 pounds, so a good start to his day so far. A weird start, but overall good start. We've seen worse starts for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if that last fish came in, but he's got 13.3 on Bass Track in second place.
Yeah,
Tyler Campbell.
That's what the cameraman texted and said, hey, I think that now that he's weighed them, I think he's at 16 and we're a little low on Bass Track, so.
And he's leading then.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Tyler's actually qualified for the Classic this year, too.
Yes, he won the team championship fish-off at Kentucky Lake.
One of the guys said, Ronnie said to watch out for in the opens here to making the elites.
That makes me feel so good when they come in with the top 5 in the first one. I'm like, I knew it. Right. I told you. I told you.
Not the size we're after, but it's a start anyway.
Last year, Brandon, I said, watch out for Cody Meyer and Dakota Eber. I heard they're good. No, I'm just kidding. There was some other names.
That was a gift. That was a gimme.
You gotta start
I think
somewhere.
you nailed 6. You named about a dozen guys. 2
Paul
dozen
Marks,
guys. And
Emil Wagner,
6, 7.
Tucker Smith.
Dakota. Fothergill.
Loberg. I might not have predicted him, but after an event or two, I said, okay, this is the Loberg I know, and he's going to be in it for sure.
You could see him advancing. Well, this year, what's it going to take? We got 4 events. You got to finish in the top 50 in points to make the final 3 EQ in the fall against elites like yourself, even maybe fields of 150.
Well, this division's a little interesting because you got Clarks Hill late January,
Spotted bass.
Tom Bigby, Upper Chesapeake, St. Lawrence. So it is a.
And with 4 events versus the longer schedule, you can't really have a bad one.
Yeah.
I mean, with top 50, you might could have one.
Yeah.
But it's you're gonna have to
Came right out.
very
Look at that.
consistently.
Chris Blanchett with another one.
Another chunky Clarks Hill spotted bass. Those fish are sitting right on the bottom. Whenever you got, high sun conditions like this, it's cold, those fish are not moving around, they're not chasing bait super crazy. I mean, you see it a little bit, but most of the fish are right on the bottom. Barely saw those fish move and caught them whacking.
Back to the qualifying, you got a 2-tiered system now. So yeah, 50, you could finish 49th and then excel in the fall events and make the elites.
And you're gonna have to be really diverse too, because they're not like the lakes. You're not gonna essentially be able to do one thing in the whole schedule. It's gonna be very, very different fishing throughout the.
Well, Ronnie mentioned the Division I schedule. How about Division II? Sam Rayburn starts February 13th. We got Kentucky Lake in early March, Arkansas's Lake Norfolk,
April.
And then we finish in August on Leech Lake again.
That's pretty drastic from Rayburn to Leech Lake's pretty drastic change.
I told Kyle Jesse on the podcast, we're going to see both divisions and the EQs. You probably have to catch almost every species of bass. You're going to catch largemouth spots here. You'll have smallmouth in this division at the St. Lawrence. You've got a river and a tidal place in this division. And then at the Rayburn division, you're gonna have largemouth. You'll have spots, smallmouth and largemouth probably at Norfolk. You'll have smallmouth at Leech, and you're gonna have smallmouth and largemouth at Kentucky Lake. You're gonna have to catch multiple species. And then when you get to Champlain, Pickwick, Okeechobee for the EQs, you would have caught every species to be able to make it to that point probably. Which is the goal. Not that we hated the single divisions like the Southern Opens, produced a lot of great anglers in the past, but you could have 2 events within 3 hours of your house, and you're like, well, I hope I do good in the third one. Like, I know these other 2. Now that we've gone a little bit more national and a more regional with these divisions, you've really got to travel and know it, and that's going to prepare you for the elites.
Day 1 leader Chase Clark caught like a 6-pounder early this morning. He's still on that one fish, has fallen to 7th place.
It's hard to do. I noticed earlier, I mean, he caught that 6-pounder, and I'm sure he's seeing more fish that are probably big ones too, and if you can't get them to bite, it'll make you get hung up in an area. He'll run into them though.
Early start for Zach.
That was
this
a good
morning,
bite.
And now
saw it in his ride when he ate it.
Trying to get that mid-morning going before maybe that lull that we talk about, always in that 10 to 11 o'clock range sometimes. But yesterday, Such, seemed like some of our guys made hay in that time.
He was one of the later catches. He was, around 16, 17 pounds, and he caught a couple close to 4 pounds in the afternoon to jump into our top 10 of 19 pounds, 2 ounces.
That's a big spotted bass he's got here, too. A lot of times later in the day, a lot of these the spotted bass kind of vanish a little bit, and that's when you can catch some of the bigger largemouths.
That was not pretty, but
you're not getting your bait caught by spots every
right.
time.
Not as big as I thought, but not a bad one. I'll take it. Actually, I'm just gonna toss him in there real quick. Try to catch some of his buddies.
Last year, we obviously started at Okeechobee, but we had a very similar event. We went from sunny and 75 over to Ouachita, where it was 70 in practice, and then he got to 50 day one, 30 day two, and it was very, very cold. But he caught this one on day 2.
There you go. Holy moly. Listen to this. 10 pounds at 14 ounces, almost an 11 pounder.
It was honestly crazy. I had about 6 pounds at about noon, and then dropped on that one, and it came up honestly quick, and then took me down to the timber. It's a miracle I even got the thing back out of there.
Pound line?
8 pound line.
Holy moly, they got you in the wood and everything?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was on day 2 of day 1. Evan Kung, our elite qualifier, caught a 9.14. We thought, no way anybody's going to pass that. That's the Phoenix most big bass of the event.
I think the story is the timber, like we have here at Clark Hill, it's a little bit taller at Ouachita.
It is.
I think they banged their trolling. One of those guys that caught the 9+ or the 10+, banged their trolling motor on a piece of wood, pulled it up, fixed their transducer, put it down, saw a big blob cast over there. It was a 9 or 10 pounder. One of those two guys that I remember hearing that and was like, that's a good fish story. I'm pretty sure you either had time to make that up or that actually is how it went.
The timber at Clark Hill, Clark Hill is it's older, the lake is, so the timber's alive. It's still there,
eroded,
but very deteriorated compared to Hartwell or Lake Russell, which is very thick timber.
Out with Blaine Bunny, 18-year-old from Oklahoma. Ooh, that looks like a solid one.
On the crankbait.
He said we'd see some of that today. Gets it in the boat.
That was scary. Back hook boat flip.
Yeah, absolutely. Hadn't fished too deep this week. He said maximum was 30 to 35, and that was with, in those ditches. But when he's cranking that 10 to 14 foot range, big chunk rock, you can't see the fish in the rock, but being able to side scan and see that chunk rock on the edges of the ditches or wherever in the vicinity, he's been able to really dig that crankbait. And that one's going in the box for Blaine Bunny. Got our first leaderboard of the day. Give you a little update about an hour and a half into the day. Michael Neal, we mentioned it, up to first place. Tyler Campbell, probably a little bit low on Bass Track. He may be your unofficial leader.
Probably leading.
We still have plenty of time in the day. Dylan Welton, though, making a move. Brooks Anderson, we mentioned him on the All-American list from 2020. He is in 4th place. Carter Cunningham, Lucas Murphy, former college standout. Our day 1 leader, Chase Clark. We have Christian Nash, Matt Adams, and Hayden Seabolt. They were in the top 10 yesterday, and they're all hanging tough once again today. We'll be back from Clark Hill. The St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, presented by 7, are sponsored by Bass Pro Shops. Dakota Lithium, Humminbird, and also by Toyota. Final day coverage here at Clark Hill. A full field though, 160 plus anglers fishing today, because if you're just joining us, we had uncharacteristic snow and ice situations at Clarks Hill, sub-freezing temperatures multiple days. So anglers weren't able to get to the ramp safely on Thursday. We postponed it Friday, Saturday. It's a 2-day event, full field fishing today. Someone will make it to the Bassmaster Classic after winning today, most likely. So we go out to Zach Goutremont, who ended our last segment with a good catch. And is hooked up once again.
Not a bad one either. Number 5.
The last 30 minutes have treated Zach well. We said he had a good start with that 4-pounder this morning, Brandon, and that was a largemouth. We've seen some spotted bass come in the boat lately to help fill the limit, but a couple quick ones, and now he's got 5, and he's going to be solidly in our top 10 now, looking to upgrade towards the lead.
219.
In ounces, that's almost a 2-pound, 4-ounce.
That's, I would say, spotted bass wise. There is big ones, but I would say 2 to 2.5 is probably the average solid spotted bass. I mean, obviously you catch a bunch of little ones, but that's a pretty decent spotted bass on this lake. It's not linear yet.
It is quite interesting with lakes with spotted bass how there's always a baseline, 10 to 12 pounds. It seems like the lows are a lot lower than other lakes, but man, when these lakes get on fire, Smith, Lanier, Norman, Hartwell, Clarks Hill, it's hard to beat some of these lakes when they are on an upswing.
That's right. And the numbers, the spots, spots might not get quite as big, but they keep the days fun because you catch a lot of fish.
Nah, it's spot.
He sounded disappointed.
Come here.
Spotted bass, that's what you feel like a lot.
Right.
You think it's a good one then.
Number 5.
Limit fish for him as well. We're starting to see that. 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 Eastern Time. Such, what time did first flight take off?
I think it
was it 6:30? 7:15.
He's fizzing this fish. They're catching them deep, and that's what he's doing right here. Letting the pressure out of their air bladder.
AKA fizzing.
Seems like those fish in the winter time, they need to be fizzed, but they're a lot hardier, a lot healthier compared to post-spawn in the same depth where they desperately need to be fizzed. Otherwise, it's going to be quick,
Yeah, they're
warmer water temps and stuff.
Much easier to keep alive in the winter.
Yeah, well, I started off with that one big one, and I've thrown at a lot of fish. They're just really not acting right. Hard to get to move, hard to get to react. Just trying to stay calm and keep fishing.
Generally, the largemouth, he's saying, like he caught this one giant, and he's saying they're harder to get to bite today. It's probably, you notice you're seeing a bunch of spotted bass get caught. The spotted bass almost always bite, and the largemouth can be very difficult to get to bite, but that's why he's probably catching bigger ones, because that's what he's targeting primarily. Just more difficult to get them to eat. I'm really surprised we're not seeing much jerkbait action. The fish must have got a little deeper.
And they, especially yesterday, yeah, the depth is probably more than the conditions, but yesterday they said the wind started to really kick up there, and A couple of the guys made adjustments, went to some wind-blown pockets in the mouths of those pockets where maybe it's a short ditch, started catching some fish. And I could see, with it being so flat, if the bait does push up to maybe out of the ditch onto the flatter port, that's where a jerk bait, or maybe even fluke or topwater, you know, things like that. Actually getting schooling fish. Tyler Campbell said today, a couple of the ditches in the morning, we may not see schoolers later today, but he said in the morning when that activity is high, some of those creek ditches, when you get all the way in the backs of them where they kind of dead end into the flat, they were schooling on topwater, and I mean, it was a sight to see, and you wouldn't expect that in a winter coat.
42 degrees.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so winds will only climb about 6 miles an hour this afternoon. They're just going to start blowing a little bit more here shortly. It was negligible.
These ditches are, everybody calls all these pockets and stuff ditches, but it's really not even a ditch. A ditch is essentially just the deepest part of a trough. It might not have a true like roadside looking ditch. It's just essentially the bass and the bait fish use the deepest part of anything. It could even be between two shoals. It doesn't have to be a pocket. We're
gonna make another move in just a second.
It's just the deepest point.
Yeah, and often on these lakes, when it gets to the summer or the fall, winter, they draw when they get lower, whether it's drought or naturally pulling them down. A lot of those flatter pockets have no water in them, and you start to really see what creeks have good depth, and you know they always stay full in the ditches.
Clarksville's a touch low right now. It was lower a few months ago, but it's still a touch low.
Okay. That's no good. All my big largemouth turned into little spots. Little 14-incher. $119. Dropping everything. Number 5. Let's get some. Big weight off your shoulders whenever you get 5. No matter where you're fishing. So.
Got 5 going around 10 pounds even, 3 in the 1 pound range, and a couple over 3 pounds. That's it.
He said his largemouth areas have turned into spotted bass. With them being so tight to the bottom this week for a lot of these anglers, you're going to have more aggressive spot. I mean, they could still be there. They're just not the first ones to bite. They're not separated where the spots are suspended in the largemouth, and they're all together, it seems.
Yeah, other times a year they'll kind of separate, but this time of year you can catch 10 spots and then a 6-pound largemouth.
Where fish obviously didn't eat the bait. Right now I'm not seeing as many up in the water column. I was here a little bit later yesterday, so I've kind of ventured between 12 foot and I'm in 40 now, and sometimes I'm sitting even in 50 and 60. A lot of spots. I've seen a couple largemouth. I had 2 come out of a brush pile and just didn't eat it. One actually ripped the back end of the minnow off, and it was a big fish, but hoping the sun coming up is going to kind of get them up off the bottom. I think a lot of them are, and then I think as the week's gone, pressure and everything, I think it's kind of pushed them to the bottom a little bit more than what it was earlier in the week. Yesterday I caught my 2 biggest fish here, and it was about 11:30. So I may be a little bit optimistic being here early, but I know what lives here, and in order for me to have a chance to catch up on a 6-pound deficit, I need to be in a place that I know has got them. We haven't caught one of those yet, but I think it's just a matter of time. You see all the bait up in the water right there. There's a lot of fish here. They're not nearly as active as they were early, and now they've kind of calmed down a little bit. Yeah, they're moving around a lot more this morning than what they were yesterday, which, I mean, what that reason for is, I don't know. If I knew that, I'd win a lot more money than what I do. But there's a lot of spots that you've got to weed through, a lot of spots, and then occasionally you'll just all of a sudden you'll see the big largemouth sitting up in the water column. I'm rotating between a 1/4, 3/8, and a 1/2 ounce head. It just kind of depends on what depth I'm in. You see a couple of them swimming right there. Those look like spots. I'm trying to avoid throwing at every spot I see because I think the biggest one I've caught this week's about 2.5 pounds is all.
Like we mentioned, Matt Adams was the first man out of the Elite Series. Last year, Such, a great season. It was his first season fishing the Opens. But boy, it was a roller coaster. Started the year with a 5th place finish at Okeechobee. Then he finished in the 60s at Ouachita, jumped back up and got a top 10 at Santee, finished in the 70s at Logan Martin. Like, his home state of Alabama was not kind to him in the 2 finishes, the 74th and the 68th in Alabama. But for the most part, multiple top 10s. He had 4 top 10s throughout the year, and we got to see a little bit more about Matt Adams. And we do know one thing, Such. He gets fired up real easy.
Yeah, I watched his videos, and it was gut-wrenching to see him not make the elites and falling in that final event. That's got to be so tough.
It's a big one if it's a bass.
Difficult to see, but that's what makes this so special. If guys were barely getting in or barely missing out and it didn't really affect them, we realized it wasn't that big of a deal. But for Bo Browning to make it in, Matt Adams to miss it, means the world to the anglers at the Opens trying to make it to the next level so they could just fish against Brandon Cobb. I mean, I don't know why you would voluntarily try to go and fish against Brandon Cobb, but these guys want to.
Let's go.
It seemed like his final days too, Such. This one at the Mississippi River, he finished 7th. He finished 5th at Eufaula, and like, even on his high finishes, the final days were very difficult for him, and it was what could have been. Like, he could have gained another 30 points from his top 10 finishes by finishing instead of 8th, finishing 4th, and finishing 2nd instead of 7th. You know, like it seemed like he left some meat on the bone.
He put some pressure on himself and probably too much. I mean, when you expect too much out of yourself, Brandon, you push things. And
yeah, so that's one thing I've learned over my years on the elites is a lot of times you make that, you know, final day cut and you're like, I'm swinging for the fences today. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah. But over, like, I think one year I made the Classic by just a few points and things like that. You actually have to kind of, sometimes swinging for the fences isn't necessarily what you, if you go do something too weird and you're like, I don't have anything to lose. Well, you kind of do. Like you said, if you go from 7th to 2nd or 5th even, you may get those few extra points.
And cash prizes.
Well, the year that you won 2 events, you were like, I'm just going to try to win events. And you were like, I need to figure out how to catch some smallmouth. This is not going well. And then you made it into the Classic, but you're like, wow, it is a mentality. I said it with Bill Lowe when we talked. And Bill, when he was so consistent his whole career, he wins at Pickwick, gets his breakthrough, starts to crave victories like that. And then at the same time, technology is changing in the sport. And now you're going for wins, and it might not translate like it used to. And now all of a sudden you've lost your consistency, and you're trying to figure it back out again. But when you win, that's what we do it for. You know, that's why you guys
lost his mojo for a while there.
Yeah. These guys are all trying to win and make the Bassmaster Classic. 11 spots available to the Opens this year through a January to November gauntlet. And one angler today will be one more step closer to his dream, realizing it with a victory. Matt Adams in 10th, Tyler Campbell in 2nd. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Clarks Hill Reservoir, Evans, Georgia. Final day coverage of the full field. Got 10 cameras on the water. Most of our top, I would say half our top 10 is occupied with cameras right now, but we do have some movers and shakers. Michael Neal jumping up from his 18-pound and change bag yesterday, just outside the top 10 into first place. Right now, Tyler Campbell right behind him. Unofficially, probably a little closer than they are right there. Brooks Anderson, one to keep an eye on for sure. Moving up to third, Dylan Welton. Carter Cunningham, fourth and fifth. Lucas Murphy. Man, he moved from Michigan down to the Carolinas and has just been doing well at Lake Murray, Hartwell, now Clarks Hill. See if we find out a little bit more about his pattern this week. Our day one leader, Chase Clark, down to seventh, but Brandon Cobb, like you said,
he's got one fish.
Still just one fish, and it's a 6-pounder.
Well,
he's got a little bit more leash when you only have one, but it's a 6.
I got a big riser, Joshua Weaver from Macon, Georgia. He was 121st. He's in the 20s now. He's got 2 5-pounders. He's only got about 16 pounds on the day, but that's pretty good rise from 121st.
Yeah.
I'll say Josh.
Maybe make a check.
Josh could probably either beat himself or laugh at himself yesterday, because that was not what he expected, knowing Clarks Hill.
Day one, 7'9".
Yes, absolutely.
I've known Josh for a while, and he's always kind of fished like that, though. When he catches them, and then like every time I remember him doing well in, he has a huge day. So
that'll get rid of that peanut.
Chris Blanchett, former national championship winner at the University of South Carolina.
Falcon boat there.
Doing some fizzing to Cole.
He also has a lot of experience on these heron-type lakes, just like Tyler does.
Two-pounder.
That's one of those deals where you're hoping the afternoon largemouth show back up, and you can gain some ground with these spotted bass throughout the mid-morning, and ideally make a pound or two upgrade in the afternoon.
That's right. Yeah, if you can get the upper average of spots and then catch 2 to 3 big largemouth, you can weigh in some spots. But yesterday with anything over 20, I don't know, but I doubt they had any spots with over 20. It's possible.
Might even helpless.
Oh. Don't even have to look on Hayden Seabolt's Bassmaster angler page to know where he's from, because in his photo he's got a Hammond's hat on, so you know he's going to be in that Lanier region.
Lanier area.
At least we know when you wear that, when you don that hat, you automatically gain experience on spotted bass.
That's
you just
right.
know a little bit more about spotted bass.
That's right.
Our leader, Michael Neal, at 18.6 yesterday. He's at 18.2 on Bass Track now, 36.5. He's got a couple of 4.5-pounders in his Bass Track.
That's good fish. I think that's what it's going to take. Basically, you're going to have to get the average to win the tournament, 4 pounds.
I think these fish are a little bit pressured right now. I've seen a few boats in here. I don't know if someone came in here yesterday when I got done, but we're going to give it a few, about 5 or 10 more minutes. If we don't see any, we're going to move areas. I got another spot I want to run to. We caught some 30-pounders there yesterday, and I know there's some bigger fish. So we're going to leave it in God's hands and just do all we can do, and it'll be what it'll be. But
I'm excited. Just thankful for all the support, phone calls, text. I got a lot of people that are rooting for me, and I just want to perform as well as I can for them. So thank everybody. If you're in East Tennessee at the Fishing Expo, go by Burtec Tackle and check out the new bait we've been working on. It'll be released here in a few months. So let's see if we can't get the job done today.
That's one thing he's mentioned where he was yesterday. This is where he caught them, and now he's just not seeing them today. It's actually amazing on these herring lakes like this that you'll pull in one of these ditches and catch 20 pounds, and then even 30 minutes later, there's no fish to catch. Literally none. And I think they just kind of move on, get stuck to the bottom, you can't see them, or move on out.
And Michael Neal has over 18 pounds. The only other one over 18 on Bass Track is Dylan Welton. He's jumped up from like close to 60 at the 4th place right now. He's got 18.5, our biggest bag of the day. Other guys are starting to build. Brooks Anderson was 17. He's in 3rd place. Tyler Campbell's, he still may be low. It's 14-14 on Bass Track.
Here we go, here we go.
Here we go.
Take what you can get. Two-pounder probably.
It's a healthier spotted bass. I imagine that's more like a 2 3/4 pounder.
Okay. I was going to say he's a little bit low. A little low on his 5'8". We all thought it was a 6.
I do the same. Makes you try harder if you think you have less than you do.
Doesn't it?
It does.
I'm just wired a little differently. We had a 4-month checkup for my daughter yesterday, and we were walking to the scales to weigh, and I was predicting what it would be.
That'll help him from rolling over
1 ounce
on
off
his belly
fish.
after a little while in the live well. And then we'll put the coil ring on him. He gets a coil ring because he's not quite as big as the other one.
Not quite as big, but a welcome sight, no doubt about it. Until you get a limit, they are all important, and that's on the upper side of some spotted bass we've seen today. And our Mercury move of the day, let's just go ahead and give it to him. He started the day in 1st, so he's got nowhere to go but down. But if you want to stay in the top spot, Brandon Cobb, Mike Sukon, starting it with almost a 6-pounder, maybe a 6-pounder is a great move to start your day. Buys them a lot of time. A lot of guys want to start strong and fast and catch a limit and have 20 pounds. But if you're going to start slow, catching a 6-pounder allows you a little bit of leash there, Brandon, to not panic and worry.
It does, because I mean, it doesn't really matter if you have a limit of 1.5 pound spots, because they're just place fillers. You still got to get rid of them. So if it's catching the right size fish, he's only got to get 3 more bites.
He let 6 guys pass him with his only 1 fish. Now he's going to climb back up a couple spots, and he's only 5 pounds out of the lead.
That's right.
With 1 fish.
With 1 fish. The 1.5 pound spots make you feel good, but they really don't do anything. It's kind of like junk food.
In the end.
It's kind of like junk food. think that was a better spot he just caught, though. That was a healthy one.
Put it in as a 2 pound, 4 ounce.
It looked thicker than the other ones.
Yeah, we had 663 fish caught yesterday. We averaged 2 pounds, about 12 ounces.
212, 663.
Biggest one was a 6.5 pounder by our leader there,
Curious
Chase Clark.
spotted bass, I'd imagine.
Several other 6s.
Yeah.
He's definitely caught the largest one today that we've seen caught. Not saying it's the biggest caught today, but.
Paul Marks getting into our top 10 with 13 pounds today.
He is a Heron Lake specialist as well.
The Cummings, Georgia, getting ready for the elite season.
If he's going to help or not, let's see. Before we fizz him. Yeah, he'll help.
Do you believe in runs and momentum, that when you're fishing right, everything seems to go right?
Oh, 100%. I wish I knew how you make it happen, but
everybody does.
But in 2023, that's just like every decision I made was good, and it worked. A lot of it, though, I think truly in fishing is confidence in what you're doing. It doesn't really, you might be doing the wrong thing, but there's enough fish to catch if you're confident in doing it. And I think that's more what the runs are.
So weird how we've seen some guys lately, you know, like Scott Canterbury wins 2019 AOY, misses 2020 Classic, or misses the Classic the next year.
Mm-hmm.
Clark Windlet wins AOY, misses the Classic. Like, you almost won AOY, had a tough season the next year.
That's
Kyle
right.
Welcher had a really tough season leading into his AOY. Like, it's not been like, oh, this guy was 5th last year, he's going to win. No, it's like some guy just.
I think Patrick's about the only one that almost wins every year.
Absolutely.
A little bit better.
Kind of a nice largemouth. The greenfish tackle head, I believe.
Number
I see
2.
greenfish on his deck.
Slow
That's a
morning
local
so far.
a company right there in Clarksville.
Yeah, a couple guys
we'll
mentioned
start
on the phone
picking up
last night
once
that
the sun gets
Bad
up.
little shad head is probably what you're seeing a lot.
Yeah, I saw it in some photo galleries
I'd
as
say
well
probably
at
2
Haddon's Tackle Shop when all the guys were hanging there.
Just a minnow style bait. There's a whole school of them down here for sure.
What's really unique, Brandon, is we always see, yes, it's a jig head minnow, but there's many varieties you could do. Jig head size, you can do 4-inch bait all the way to a 7-inch bait, things like that. Anglers, most of the time that we hear, try to get away with as light of a jig head as possible. This week, I've heard more people throwing 3/4 ounce and 1 ounce jig heads to get to the bottom quicker, because
it's so inefficient if you don't.
How much time you're wasting, and also these fish aren't finicky necessarily. You just got to get it to them quick so that they see it and bite.
I've been catching a bunch of stripers out there on a minnow, looking at them, you know, and I thought, oh, that's got to be another one, you know. And they come up and jumped, and I thought, holy crap.
That's either pretty large ones or.
Oh, there it is, dropping it at 40 right in the middle of your screen.
Better fish. If they're not spots, like I said, they'll trick you.
Oh, that was perfect, Matt. Textbook. Dropped it right on their head, and right before it got to him, he popped it up a little.
It's a bass. I don't know if it is.
You can see the rock on the bottom there. That's what those fish were hanging around with the rock.
Not gonna help much. Spot.
Yep, this is a spot. That's what. It's amazing how much bigger they look.
Return. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where's all largemouth at?
That's got to be weird going on a largemouth lake or a smallmouth lake where the big returns are big ones, and you get here and you're like, I'm dropping on all the big ones, and they're only small ones. I don't understand.
And there's a lot of stripers, but generally out here the stripers move a lot faster. Not always, but mostly.
You got one under 2 pounds. It's only got one over 3 pounds.
Basically 2 pounds. Number 2 got to go. Fish looks bigger than 2.
And we're coming.
It says tilted. I think I'm just lopsided.
Unfortunately, the spotted bass here can kind of suck you in because they're in every ditch, like I said. So if like you pull in there, like, oh, there's fish everywhere. Well, they could be all spots, so it's hard to even move around.
How about this Australian Tommy Wood from 70th somewhere to 17th? He's got a decent bag of over 14 pounds today.
Nice. He just caught a largemouth. He might have found a school of largemouth here. They kind of hang, I mean, you'll catch a random largemouth in with some spots, but a lot of times the groups of largemouth kind of are congregated. Spot.
Number 3, 1 pounder, but
Number 3, but he had 0 about 40 minutes ago.
That's
so,
right.
While others were catching him quick, it was a little slow for him, and now he's well on his way to a limit.
A little slower for Chase Clark, Blaine Bunny, Roger Rabbit.
Whoa.
You put in the dip.
Making a move to the next spots. This is going to be the time of the day where that morning bite's starting to fade, and you're going to either have to switch gears or hunker down. Too much running is not a good thing on spotted bass or herring lakes, but got to be around them. And some of our anglers making those moves this morning. We'll be back from Clarks Hill in just a moment. Ah, are they frozen there to the land?
So I always say, all the seagulls are just standing there. The days the fish are biting, the seagulls are flying around. When you see them just sitting on the water, sitting on the bank, they're not biting.
Not biting.
Because the fish push all the bait up near the top. And
oh, absolutely.
The seagulls aren't seeing it, and it's usually not a great sign.
Bird activity is a deal.
Suits, you better get away from that spot than whoever's fishing right near this drone shot. So we take a look at our leaderboard. These guys are catching them. Michael Neal, Tyler Campbell, Brooks Anderson, Chase Clark, Dylan Welton. That's your top 5. Taking at least 15, almost 16 pounds a day right now to be in our top 10. Guys like Paul Marks, Lucas Murphy, Carter Cunningham jumping into the bottom portion of our top 10. Still have some guys like Chase Clark. He's had 1 fish all morning. Now he has 2. And he's still only 3 pounds back from the lead. He's well on his way. Still, he doesn't know this because he doesn't know the leaderboard, but as long as he can mentally be strong, this is the point in the day where day 1 leaders or guys in contention that are struggling with bites start to panic and spin. If he stays mentally strong, he knows, hey, I still have some good ones. I still have plenty of time, and I can still win this tournament.
Please stay hooked, please stay hooked. No, no, no. I got him.
Oh, he caught him.
Gosh, he came off.
That was scary.
Oh my gosh.
Fish came off, it was so cold, he grabbed him.
Oh man, where's my scale? Holy crap. That was, yeah, caught him twice. He came off.
That was impressive.
I saw he wasn't hooked very good. Came off right at the boat, and I stuck my hand down there and got him. I know number 5's a small one, so. It's number 1.
I'll take that trade. Wouldn't you take that trade?
That's a good trade. I think that one fit in the other one's mouth.
It's a good one. Another 3.5 probably.
Now, Bethel might be NAIA, but if he has eligibility, I know he could probably get an NIL deal for football at Bethel with this catch. Got the jig in the top of the mouth, shakes a couple times. Oh, there goes the jig.
There it goes.
And he gets them out. Attaboy.
He wasn't worried about the cold hands on that one. I wouldn't have been either.
Pretty fortunate to grab a fish.
That was.
Hey, sometimes you need things like that to happen when it's your day, Sue.
I don't know. Feeling lucky to get these bites, these 3-pounders. I just gotta start catching some bigger ones if I want to stay up there. These guys are really good, so probably going to have the same weight I had yesterday in order to even stay in the top 10. So, I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. Still got plenty of time. Fishing calm, cool, and collected. You know, I'm just thankful that I'm here on my first ever open. You know, I got a live camera. Can't ask for anything else.
Live camera, only one using a baitcaster exclusively, catching them when they come off at the side of the boat. I'd say it's a pretty good 2 days so far for Dylan.
Things are going well.
In his first ever B.A.S.S event.
Yeah. Robbie Mills, 45 minutes ago, had 0. He's up to 3. This could be keeper number 4.
All right, at least we got a limit now. Yeah. Number 5.
Oh, number 5 now. That's even better than what I thought.
It's one more.
Right.
There's one more.
It is. It's the max that he
Goes
can
to
now. He has
11.
done his job.
Water on them. Yeah, just a pound.
He's probably not liking the size. He's got 5 or 6 pounds even. All 1 2-pounder and the rest 1/0s.
See, but the thing, it's like Brandon said. In the first hour, you catch a bunch of placeholders. It doesn't matter necessarily. But when you've gone a couple hours without fish, getting those placeholders, you're like, okay, I know what I'm doing now. I can catch fish now. I'm a little behind the 8 ball, but catching a limit in 30 minutes, you're like, okay, we're back. The wheels are back on. Train's on the tracks. And Robbie now can probably go start cranking again like he was.
Yeah, he was cranking to catch bigger
fish. He can now cull them out.
So that I went out to the main lake and fished some brush, and there was a bunch of fish around, but only one of them acted good, and that was that one. He came from about 50 feet away and was not the one I was throwing at, but he was just super active, and that's how they're supposed to be. That's how it was in practice, and just here in the tournament, it's actually been really, really tough to get them to bite. But I'm happy with it. It was 2-something. Helped settle me down just a little bit more. Looking for 3 more 3-pounders at least. So going to keep fishing hard and probably go to South Carolina here shortly.
Going to my neck of the woods, South Carolina arm, Savannah River, that side. Much more familiar with that area.
So are you territorial? You won't go to the Georgia side unless you have to?
Yeah, unless I have to.
Yeah.
Last resort.
Such is the same way with Table Rock. He only has a little bitty portion of Arkansas he can fish because the rest of the lake's Missouri. So you only have that little portion, but you don't like to go over there if you don't have to.
Clark Hill's so big.
Just not seeing them.
You only have to fish a portion usually.
71,000 acres.
Tommy said it's the 3rd largest lake or reservoir, I guess.
East of the Mississippi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it, Kentucky Lake and Lake Moultrie? And Clark blew my mind. I had no idea.
All right, let's try it again.
Makes me wonder why we hadn't been there. Come on now.
There's actually another place in the country that is pretty unique that looks very, very similar to Clark's Hill, just obviously has more trees, but Sam Rayburn, Texas.
Oh, really?
It feels the same when you fish it.
When you're out on the water.
Well, that's good for those fishing 2 divisions because the next one up in 2 weeks or 3 weeks is Sam Rayburn.
Yeah. Feels very, very similar. It's found him a little group of fish.
It'll help me, but not by much.
What's the upgrade? About 1.5 pounds?
I'd say half a pound, to be honest with you. Not really a lot. Got 1.5 pounds for a 1 pounder, so.
Remember Laker Howell, Randy Howell's boy?
Get off these rocks.
He just landed a 6.5 pounder.
Nice.
He started 13th. He fell way down to 6.5. His second fish of the day. He's around 21st right now with
a 6.5.
Our feed exposed big fish of the day.
You said remember Randy Howell's son. Like, why would we have forgotten him?
Exactly.
Like,
last year he
got second at Santee Cooper.
Big weights.
Check out some of
his record book.
Old timber. Look at the tallest timber there. Looks like it's got some fish halfway up it.
Well, right now I'm just checking.
Because we hadn't mentioned them, right?
Suspended fish deep on some standing timber. I'm battling through a lot of stripers right now, and you can see the bait out there, and I'm not really wanting to make a run because I've only got 2 main areas, and this is one of them. So, trying to expand on it a little bit and see what's actually here, if there's more here than what I think, or I didn't adventure over this far yesterday.
I believe Laker weighs his fish too. I've watched him.
It's more standing
before,
timber
so
here.
That's
Back towards the shoal,
pretty
it's
close
more
to the
rock.
actual
This is
size.
more
I think he
standing
weighs
timber.
them when he catches them.
Not an underestimation.
So they're moving a lot today. I'm having a hard time getting one to stay still, and you know, when you're fishing 50, 60 feet of water, it's the time you get down to it, if they're moving much, they're gone. There's a lot of fish. I've just got a feeling a lot of these are stripers that I'm messing with. Every once in a while you can tell for sure it's a bass. You can tell there's some spot in a largemouth. When they're moving that much, it's a little bit more difficult.
It would actually surprise you too, the stripers on Clark's Hill. You do catch some, but they don't bite very easily. They'll really follow your bait, nip at it. They're very, very hard to get to eat your bait versus other lakes.
Those seem to be your bass. Your ones real deep, from what I've seen the last couple of days, seem to be your stripers. So I've caught some bass 30, 40, but not like actually completely on the bottom. We're gonna get back up here towards the shoal again, and I kind of ventured. See, like there's that's a good fish, whatever that is. I don't know. I've had a hard time hitting them the way I need to.
Talking about that big dot around 75. Now it's probably around 60 feet out as he gets closer. It's now off the screen a little bit. You can see his bait dropping. That's the one deal, just like Smith Lake in the Elite last year, a lot of guys were in that one arm of Smith Lake, but when they ventured out towards the dam, you start to see some more striper come into play. If you get over that deeper water in the timber, you know, we saw Corey Johnston catch some striper, but he also was around some of the biggest spotted bass we had seen, and that was, they kind of, when you get to be so big as a spot, you kind of start to act like a striper and live where they do, and wastes your time, but boy, it can be rewarding, especially if you catch an early limit. You go out there and just hunt for a big spot, you know.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of the spots, and largemouth even, they just hang out with the stripers, and you're kind of just looking for one that's moving a little slower.
I really thought we'd maybe see Matt Adams give a little time to a cranking bite as well, just with his style of fishing.
Mm-hmm. This is
everyone's good enough to do this at this point, you know, in the technology and how long it's been around. But with the cranking bite, hearing how good it was at times, I thought we'd see a couple guys like Matt Adams doing it.
This is what I was talking about. See, you can see here how many fish he's looking at. So that's what makes it hard to move on, whether it's a new spot or a new technique.
We mentioned it, it's getting younger and younger. We're gonna have 14-year-old Opens pros soon because of how young this sport is getting so quick. But Blaine Bunny, 18 years old from Oklahoma, fishing in his first Bassmaster Open, catching a couple good ones cranking, and it looks like he's got another pretty good one cranking.
Big.
Good one for Blaine.
Finally, cooperating with the freaking crankbait.
Number 4.
He was not coming off. Look how he got that sucker in his face. Had it.
This is almost like a different population of fish. They're more brightly colored. You can tell they live shallow, the ones he's catching on the crankbait and things like that.
A little bit shallower showing up. Maybe we see some sun pop out. Maybe we see a little bit shallower fish show up this afternoon. Cranking has been a deal for Blaine Bunny. That 4th keeper may put him right there in our top 10, or if not, very close. Still one more to a limit for him. Michael Neal still on top. The real deal, Michael Neal, trying to make it to the Bassmaster Classic with a win today. I didn't just make that up, Such. That's been his nickname. We'll be right back from Clarks Hill Reservoir.
What's up, guys? River Lee here. We're here at the first Bassmaster Open here at Clarks Hill, Bullieback Herring Lake, and we're going to break out the jig-headed minnow. One of my favorites is the Rapala Mooch minnow on a 1/4 ounce head. This is what got it done for me today. I was targeting bait balls, had a fish a lot around bait, and about halfway back in the creeks, really clear water. Got it on 10-pound line, 7'2" medium light rod, and this is what got it done for me today.
Appreciate that, River Lee. Just outside our top 10, 11th place yesterday. Honestly, Brandon, we were interviewing so many guys that we thought 18 pounds would be good, 18 pounds would be good. No, you're not going to make the top 10 with 18 pounds, it seems. So they're in it to win it today, though, and we'll see how River Lee does. He's from Texas. His only other tournament with B.A.S.S, Such, is Sam Rayburn, yet he's fishing Division I exclusively, not fishing the division with Sam Rayburn. Crazy. Maybe he's just testing himself. Taking a look at our leaderboard, we saw Paul Marks, newly qualified Elite Series angler, fishing some opens, fishing the elites, fishing other trails as well this year. He's got a full schedule for 2025. Made the most of his 2024, though, coming off the back of an All-American victory. Fulfilled the goal of making the Elite Series last year, and honestly, Such, he had 2 finishes. I think Santee Cooper and another lake, where he was 160th or worse.
Of course, he finished on such a run.
He had 7 top 25s, basically. 7 top 25s with 2 bad finishes.
4 in a row, better than 12th place.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's where he asked you about momentum in fishing.
Yeah, it is.
Paul Mark's going to be busy this year, and last year was able to balance it well. The Lake Lanier angler just absolutely knows spotted bass well. Knows largemouth that deal with blueback herring as well. He was able to be our points leader after not 2 events, actually. I'm sorry, Evan Kung was the points leader after 2, but Paul Marks was just a point behind him in 2nd place. And throughout the year, he had his ebbs and flows, still had good finishes. We get to the Mississippi River quietly with a top 10. Caught him cranking, caught him on some sand flats as well. He'll be able to fish the Elite Series there. This year, be a little bit different, a little earlier in the year, not quite as late, and he joins our group right there in the middle of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series qualifiers. Easton Fothergill wins AOY. Cody Meyer pushed him up to the buzzer, basically. Easton had to get a top 28. He did so in the final event to beat Cody Meyer. Tucker Smith with 2 second-place finishes this past year. We mentioned it, Paul Marks with 7 top 25s, basically. Emil Wagner had some great finishes. Andrew Loberg, very consistent throughout the year. Dakota Ebert, other than his Leech Lake Day 2 fall-off where he only caught 1 bass, had such a solid year, very consistent. Bo Browning, a great end-of-the-season run he had. That final event, very good finish at Lake Martin. Evan Kung led the points through 4 events, stumbled at Eufaula, picked it back up on the northern swing a little bit, was able to survive and be the last man in. There's your 9 qualifiers from the Bassmaster Opens. They'll be joined by Blake Capps. Blake Capps was the nation champion from Grand Lake. The Okie will get to fish a stop in his home state at Tin Killer.
There they are.
I bet they're catching them.
Is that River Lee? Was that? No, that's not River Lee. It's not River Lee. There's too many rods out. That is I thought that was a glide bait. I thought that was a glide bait for a second, Brandon.
It's amazing when you drift herring or like that with live bait, how many fish appear.
Oh, yeah.
When you have live herring down there. Like fish you have no idea are there.
Now, you don't like to see that on your fishing spot when they show up, right? Or do you? It gets them active, but when they get the real thing, it's hard to eat the fake thing.
It does, but they, I don't think it really matters. But yeah, definitely, I have had people with herring around me before, and it more gets in your head because you're like, they're catching one every cast, and I'm not catching one.
Luckily for Blake, he's not also Blaine, he's not also fishing in the ditch. He is cranking different mindset of bass over here.
That's right.
Off this chunk rock.
We came from Catfish Creek, and this, I think it's called Hall Creek or something like that. But this bank I'm fishing right now is a straight up cliff drop bank that 50 foot, the back of the boat, up into dirt shallow, but it's a straight up vertical cliff. And I just caught one that was almost 4 pounds, right on the edge. Bonus move in the morning though was stalling out in my one area. Decided I needed to move, and it was worth it. We got ourselves another close to 4 pounder.
This is Hall Creek. He was right in that name.
So now we just gotta keep this crankbait in our hands, and good things will come.
Little bitty. You will help a little bit though.
Got a couple 3.5 pounders early, then the rest of them are nothing bigger than 1.5 pounds. Let's see if you can get a couple ounces out of this one.
I think he might on 1.5 pounds. He should get a little. Yeah. With the bad weather in practice, it honestly probably gave a lot of these guys a little bit false sense of confidence because the fish bite so much better in the kind of nasty conditions.
Nasty.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's a lot tougher on a lot of them now.
That's the one thing we know about fishermen day in and day out. If it's sunny, they wish it was cloudy. If it was calm, they wish it was windy. If it's warm, they wish it was snowing, you know?
The wind's picked up a little bit.
I always like it calm, sunny, just because I like being out there and that,
Oh, yeah.
and it makes fishing more fun.
Yeah, if your body feels right, your mind feels right, and
Exactly.
you can then make some moves, yeah. Zach slowly
A little bit better. Number
plugging
5
away.
for the second time.
I'll say the one thing I hated about winter tournaments was having 2 spots and one being 15 miles from the other. And you really just didn't, oh man, I hope this spot number 1 pays.
I don't want to have to go.
Make that run.
Just showed Paul Marks, and he called up to 16 pounds. He's in 4th place right now. And Laker Howell caught his 3rd fish. He's got the Phoenix Coast Big Bass 6'8". It's a 3 pounder. His next fish.
I forgot
So
about
he's
him.
in
I'm glad
right
you said
now.
that. I forgot about him.
Oh, we didn't mention him.
So he has 3 fish, a 6, a 6, a 3, and a 3?
6.5, a 3, and a 1 and
Oh,
change.
okay.
1.5. 11 pounds on 3 fish.
That's the first like offshore largemouth we've seen get caught since the morning.
In fact, after Chase Clark with 2 fish and Blaine Bunny with 4, Laker Howe's the highest angler without a limit. He's on 3 fish.
And Blaine's going to be a little low right now, it says, because Blaine just gave us an update that he's got 2 4s.
Yep.
And he's got a 3 and a 3.12. So he's at least
a little low.
He's probably at least 11 pounds instead of 9, 10. And then it's hard to really have a 1.5 pounds or 1.9 pounds unless they're spotted bass.
That's right.
And so I can't remember for Blaine if those first 2 were spots, but
the area Blaine and the cell phone service is not the best too. So anybody in that area of the lake may have trouble reporting.
Yeah, and could pop in later.
Michael Neal has culled up to our biggest bag on Bass Track, 18 pounds, 7 ounces, still leading by 2 pounds over Tyler Campbell. Next biggest bag is Dylan Welton, 18.5 on Bass Track.
It's been a great day, great tournament so far at Clarks Hill. We've seen a lot of great catches this morning, a couple close calls. Dylan Fogarty may have an NIL deal to be a wide receiver in the near future. His scoop and score there. Brandon Cobb, been a good morning. What are these anglers going to experience in the next hour or two? It's been so cold, but they're getting sunny conditions today. Not a lot of wind, though.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to, as you can tell, the morning bite for the largemouth, which are the bigger fish, was really good. And then ever since the morning, you're starting to see spots. Spots they're just catching spots. And I think they'll have to either get a few of those largemouth to bite, which I'm sure they're seeing them, or they'll have to change it up, maybe get a little shallower or try to do some different techniques to catch them later in the day, because it's obviously getting a lot tougher later with the sun.
Everyone gets equal days because it's full field. If you were an early flight yesterday, you're a late flight today, but there are certain timings. Yesterday, they bit so well early, Such, that you would love to have been an early boat. Today, if the early bite's not going great, those guys will really want a late flight boat. So anybody you keeping an eye on? I know you've been talking about Laker Howe.
I was watching Bass Track yesterday, and I thought we had several 5.13, 6-pounders coming in, unless there's people waiting to fill their limit before they put their fish in on Bass Track. But I saw around 10, 11 o'clock, some nice fish being caught and brought in, and some bags jumping up.
Well, that is good. We will have hopefully some great afternoon coverage to bring you as well. And this is just spot number 1. Tournament number 1 for the 2025 Bassmaster Open season. A long road ahead if you're fishing all 8 of the Opens. We're starting here at Clarks Hill, and you can see by the way they're shaded. The darker ones, Division 1, Clarks Hill, Tom Bigby, Upper Chesapeake, St. Lawrence. It's really backloaded for Division 1. You're going to see more April, July, and August tournaments there. Whereas Division 2, the next stop that we're live at will be Sam Rayburn. And we're going to get 3 out of the way pretty quick. Sam Rayburn, Kentucky Lake, Norfolk, all done by the first week of April. Then we wait till mid-August to finish Leech Lake. But the whole goal here, whether you're fishing Division 1 or Division 2 or both, be in the top 50 in the points race. That will get you into the Bassmaster EQs, which are the last 3 events. All the last couple years, every event was the EQ series. It's the points race. There's 2 points races to be had this year. Get the top 50, qualify for the last 3 events. We'll zero the points out, and that's a 3-event shootout. 10 spots available for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And those will be Pickwick, or it'll be Lake Champlain in September, October Pickwick, and November Okeechobee.
And elite anglers and a couple Bass Nation guys can fish in it as well.
I said it will be the strongest field. Right. We say that all the time, but when you have the top 100 Opens pros, you have 50 Elite Series pros who are not only great but also hungry. They're either trying to stay requalified for the Elites, they're trying to make the Classic, and then you get some of the top nation anglers. You're going to have 150 or so.
of the top
strongest field. Absolutely. And there's going to be plenty of anglers that probably, if they're only fishing the Elite Series this year, they like fishing they want to fish more events.
Yeah.
So instead of 9 events in the Classic, they get to fish 3 more after the season's done.
Man, if it's your home lake, and man, you can get that shot on goal for a Classic if you didn't make it.
That's right.
That's big.
And I do believe you have to fish all 3 at the end of the year to make the Classic if you win one.
I don't know if that will help.
Zach with a little bit of a midday limit fill for him.
Gives a couple more ounces. One and a half. Number 3.
Chase Clark. If you're going to catch 2, you might as well catch the 2 he's caught, a 6-pounder and a
giant bass. That's a giant. Oh my God. Stay down, stay down, stay down. Oh my gosh. Stay down, girl. Oh. That might be a 10-pounder.
Wow.
Put the camera on her, put the camera. That might be a 10-pounder. Please don't come off, girl. Please don't come off, please. Please, come on. Oh, she's not ready to come in this boat yet. That might be a 10-pounder. I don't know how big she is. She's absolutely huge. Yes, let's go. Boom. Yes! And the bait just fell out of her mouth. Talk about Clarks Hill Lake. I'm shaking so bad. That's the type of fish that you gotta have to win big tournaments against this group of anglers. I need 2 more quality fish to get it done today. That's a big one. And it doesn't need a coal ring. Oh my God. Give me some, Trace. Let's go. Oh. Woo. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. I gotta take the gloves off.
Pretty cool to watch somebody.
Big largemouth.
How big do you think it really is?
I don't think it's quite what he said there, but I think...
Does it beat his 6'8" yesterday and he beats himself for big bass?
It's so hard to tell on camera, but...
I think it might have a 7 in front of it.
Well, he had a 3-pound deficit.
It's
He's
hard
probably
to
got
say.
more than a 3-pound lead. It's probably closer than, bigger than his 6.
We'll just say he's got 3 fish at least for 14 pounds.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough to say.
That 40-pound mark that we said would be a decent mark, he might be there with 3 fish and 2 more to go. You don't want to see a guy not catch a limit, but he's had 2 really good ones so far. I'll wait a few hours, Brandon, if we're going to get a bite like that.
That's right.
We'll be right back. Welcome back to the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, presented by 7, sponsored by Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Progressive Insurance. We are at Clarks Hill Reservoir for stop number 1 of Division 1, 2 divisions this year, 4 events in each division. Man, if you missed it, just a minute ago, Chase Clark, our day 1 leader, who had 25 pounds, 14 ounces yesterday, including a 6.5-pound big bass and another one close to 6 pounds. Well, he started his morning Brandon Cobb with a 6-pounder, and I think he topped his own mark just a minute ago for keeper number 3, another 6+ pounder, maybe 7, we're not quite sure, but it was a big one and one that he certainly needed, and we'll show you a replay of that at some point in the future because that is a game changer for him, no doubt. 3 fish in the boat, but still at the top of our leaderboard now because of the 2 quality
come on.
that's in the live well.
Yeah, that's a better fish. I don't want to call. Ooh, don't you do it, please. Come here. Please, come here. Yes, sir. Let's go.
It's like a bigger spotted bass there, I believe. I couldn't see the side of it.
Wade, if you're watching, that one's for you, son.
You can tell how deep a lot of these fish are or have been. They're all really, really pale. No light down there. That's why they're so gold looking almost.
Three and a half. Let's go.
I can't tell if this is a fish or whatnot. I got something right now. I'm pretty sure it's actually a fish. It definitely is. Pretty good fish too.
I think this will be keeper number 5 for Blaine. He has 2 small ones, maybe spotted bass, and then 2
He ate that
around
thing in
4
no joke
pounds.
2 foot water.
This is like a decent one too.
Don't give up. They're getting bigger.
It's a good sign for him if other anglers maybe fishing in those ditches start to have a lull or a struggle and his crank and bite continues to grow like he's saying. This is keeper number 5. If he catches another one like that and culls a 1-pounder,
it's big, that's big upgrade.
Huge, yeah, huge upgrades for him.
You can tell too, the fish he's targeting now, like you notice even the largemouth that were getting caught in the ditches were pale. Like they were healthy fish, but you could tell they were deep and lived deep. These Clarks Hill has a big population of fish that they don't ever leave the bank, ever. No matter what the temperature is, you can tell that these fish he's catching now, they're colorful. They've lived there the whole year and probably will be there all. 213.
After 22.7 yesterday, Bunny has 12.7, 4th place right now. 4 pounds out of the lead.
And he put that one in as 213 on Bass Track just to see how accurate he is because he said 213.
Last fish was 213.
Okay, so he's probably pretty
Got
close.
a 1.5 and a 1.9.
How?
Plenty of room.
Just get it.
Caught a 6.4 yesterday.
Hayden Seabolt, quiet so far. Started the day in 10th. Hooked up now though. Got a little drone action with Hayden as well.
Big one.
Maybe his best of the day so far.
You can see it with the drone, you know. It's,
Yeah.
that'll help.
They jump a lot less when they're cold. So it's a lot easier to swing a bigger sized fish.
This is what I mentioned, like that last fish you just saw get caught cranking. Look at the difference in color. Both largemouth.
Coming off that time.
Same fish, they just.
Same fish?
No. Well, I wish. That one was big.
Pretty cool to catch one with the drone. I seem to never catch one when the drone's above me.
We saw in the pre-event gallery of baits a lot of red crankbait.
Red crankbait, a big thing. Really everywhere in South Carolina.
Right.
Yeah, but
that's why it was so shocking. Mike McClelland posted that he caught a good one in practice. I think it was yesterday morning as they were doing takeoff that he had a decent practice cranking. Catches 7 pounds yesterday, and
it's just
maybe
risky.
today's a big day. You just miss the mark a little bit. But when people are using the bait you designed to be, so maybe when it's you're like, dude, I was on it.
That's the shallow bite though. I mean, all the guys live scoping out in the middle, they're going to catch them. Whether they catch 12 pounds or 17 is who knows, but the bank's risky. It does hurt to get beat on your own bait, though. I've had it happen to me, too. So.
Normally, when you're throwing a toad toter, not many people are going to top that, but that has been.
I've been beat with it, though.
3 1/4 pounder, Joshua Weaver from 120 whatnot is hanging in
That's
there.
a better one.
29th place, looking for a check. Almost 18 pounds today.
Nice.
For 7.9 yesterday.
7.9 and 18.
Maybe not. No, that's a better one.
Largemouth are starting to bite a little bit.
The heck?
That one was deep. That one was very deep.
Holy cow.
The eyes have it.
That fish might literally be dead. I think he came up just a little too quick.
Certainly needs to be fizzed, but yeah, he is right.
I don't believe he's dead, but he definitely pressurized.
Yeah, Zach definitely needs to fizz this fish. And that's what we were talking about, fizzing them. They're a lot healthier this time of the year and can survive better without being fizzed, but Gene Gilliland yesterday said that the conservation team had to fizz quite a few fish that were still doing fine. They just, every fish, no matter time of year or like, they have to be fizzed if they're caught deep. They can't release it any other way. It's just some can survive much longer, like in colder conditions and water temps. But you got to remember, these fish have probably been in this water depth maybe since 1st of December. You know, some of these fish are out here and they haven't had to go up and down. They've stayed there and waited for bait to come in and out.
He's about to get this one. It just saw it.
Giant. Please eat. That's a giant if he'll eat it. That's a big one. That's a big one. If it's a bass, it's a giant.
A largemouth coming up
That's
fast.
A bass, it is a monster. I mean a giant if it's a bass. It is. Holy crap. Come here, let's go. Whew, I needed that one. I told you what's here. It's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Let's go.
Gets him back in the top
4.5.
It does.
4.5. Someone called that 4.8. It's the kind you want. No doubt about it.
Look like there's a few more down there too. Mike can get another one.
Okay.
It's weird.
I need 4 more like that one. What's number 1? Don't do that, please. One, 2. What is this one? That's 5.
More bigger largemouth are coming in.
Hey, the great
Starting to bite. Come here.
The great thing about 10 cameras and the great thing about a lake that is on fire and the fish catching is if there's a lull, we didn't experience one.
No.
We got to see all the catches we could have hoped for. And some of these anglers, like Chase Clark, Matt Adams, started to see Blaine Bunny. I'm gonna get it right in the second 3 hour, I promise you. Blaine Bunny. Gonna see some big ones coming in, and some guys really salvage their mornings over the last hour or so. Had guys go from 0, like Robbie Mills, filling out a limit.
I got him.
And if Robbie goes back to cranking, we could see an afternoon for him that goes well. Dylan Fogarty. Great catch by him. Tyler Campbell had a quick start this morning. Had some line problems, but really got quiet. I looked to see what his changes for the afternoon are. Chris Blanchett, Christian Nash,
yes, sir.
been so rock solid, both of them today. They need a big bite though.
That one's for you, son.
Chris is around a lot of spotted bass. He needs some largemouth, no doubt about it. Like this, not a 10-pounder, Chase Clark, but it has the weight of one that big. Only 3 in the boat.
Makes
Take
you dance.
that big one.
Good enough
Absolutely.
to dance. That's the second one
a
that
good
big
one.
today.
I don't think anyone in the field would shake a stick at having 3 bass at 11 a.m. and 2 of them being over 6.
Right.
I'll take that all day long, every tournament.
Anywhere.
We'll be back after this hour break. Put a countdown clock up there so y'all can go away, get some food, come back, and join us at noon Eastern time. We'll be back for 3 more hours as these anglers finish up the final day here at Clarks Hill, and we'll watch them head into weigh-in as well. First flight will check in right after we finish Bassmaster Live today. So take a little break, watch Bass Track, and we'll be back for 3 hours, Clarks Hill. Welcome back to the St. Croix Bassmaster Open here at Clarks Hill Reservoir, presented by 7. Our live coverage today is brought to you by Daiwa. And it has been a fun 3 hours of live so far this morning. Appreciate you hanging with us through our 1 hour break. We are full and refreshed, ready for 3 more hours of fish catching here at Clarks Hill. It has been a great start to the day. Tournament's almost over though, we're halfway through. When we take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake of this Savannah River Reservoir, Clarks Hill, a couple lakes up, you've got Russell, you've got Lake Hartwell. It's 71,000 acres, 111 square miles. It is the 3rd biggest reservoir east of the Mississippi, I do believe. That's what Tommy Sanders says, so I'm gonna trust him. We've had 7 bass events here, including 4 elites and the 1973 Bassmaster Classic that Rayo Breckenridge won. We did have a most recent event though last year, this time of the year, the first few days of February for our college series. And Brandon Cobb, thank you for joining us today. I said the lake comps, Lake Hartwell, Lake Lanier, it's similar. If you've never been to Clarks Hill, those are similar, but you said a lake we wouldn't have expected that kind of is similar.
Yeah, so I've been to Sam Rayburn quite a few times, and Sam Rayburn, like topographically, lays out very similar to Clarks Hill. So it's obviously it's got a few spotted bass even now.
Yeah.
But it like when I'm on Rayburn, obviously got some grass and things, but the taper, the way the pockets look, the way the points do, everything lays out a lot like Clarks Hill.
Got a little bit of ditch action there,
Yep.
some of those pockets that have those shallow ditches in them. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We've got Such in studio like always for our Opens coverage this year. We're giving Tommy Sanders the weekend off. You know, he has earned it plenty. And we have Brandon Cobb, 2-time Elite Series champion, almost Angler of the Year in 2023,
Almost.
second place. We thought you were going to get it done. Kyle Welcher also had a fantastic year that year. Joining us in studio today, you actually spent a lot of time in on Clarks Hill during the off limits portion of the Open. So you got to fish around and see the fishing has been on fire, and it's been like that for the last couple weeks.
It has, yeah. It's about 30 minutes from my house, so I've been fun fishing a lot this off season. You know, getting everything dialed in with new boat and all that. And I've been going to Clarks Hill a lot, and it's probably fishing as good as I've ever seen. And it's the largemouth are healthy. It's got spots to fill in the slow times. So it's fish are healthy and they're biting clearly. I mean, you see people catching them from 5 foot deep on the bank out to 55 foot. So.
We talked about it. The early 2000s was really when Clarks Hill started to make a name for itself. The Elite Series had 4 visits there in the early 2000s. We hadn't been back since, though. Lakes like Hartwell and Lanier have been on the rise. Clarks Hill is showing, though, it is a top-tier fishery, especially in the southeast, and especially for lakes that have spotted bass and largemouth. While we have you here, why don't we bring in another guest for our feature today? Somebody who's also on the rise, had a fantastic 2023 in the College Series, and even better 2024 in the Opens, and now will be a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Our 2024 Tackle Warehouse EQ Angler of the Year, Easton Fothergill. He joins us today for the Yamaha on the Line. Easton, how are you today, man? I was asking you earlier this week, you're probably happy you're not fishing the College Series or the Opens because of the weather they were dealt, but I don't know, you like catching big bass, and Clarks Hill has shown out today.
Yeah, just like you said, at first I was kind of happy I wasn't there in the cold, but now I'm watching live this morning and I'm really missing it, and I'm seeing all the emotion from, Tyler and Chase and those guys. They're really cracking them good, and it's making me very ready to get back in the swing of things. So I'm definitely super excited for what's to come this season.
Just a few months ago, you won the Angler of the Year, a long, hard-fought battle through 9 events. They are just kicking off the 2025 Open season. They still have a lot of days of competition left, and an even different format with the 2 divisions jumping into the EQs for the final 3 events. Walk us through last year. You started on a high note, a top 10 at Okeechobee, probably a place that you didn't necessarily expect to get a top 10, but you and roommate Bo Browning both got top 10s there. You end the season qualifying for the Elites, but did you know early February, late January last year that 2024 was going to be so generous to Easton Fothergill?
Yeah, I had no clue. I was just hoping to maybe compete at a couple events, but doing that or having that great of a finish at Okeechobee really just gave me the confidence that I can hang with that caliber of angler. And, I really think that's why I had the season I did, is just I was able to ride that confidence from that first event at Okeechobee and just really ride that momentum through the whole season. I really think that's why it all unfolded the way it did.
Brandon, I'm going to put you on the spot. You're on the Elite Series. He's joining you on the Elite Series. Do you have any words of wisdom for him as a rookie coming off such a momentum high? How does he harness that to keep it going?
I don't think watching you fish last year, I don't think you have much to worry about. I think just keep doing what you have been and keep the confidence going. Just know that, it's the same thing you did last year. You're against the fish, not everybody else. So that's the main thing.
Easton, we've got you here for the Yamaha on the Line. Why don't we go out on the water? Will you join us and hang with us through this segment, and we'll bring you in and out? Oh, we're actually going to show that great 2024. My apologies. Let's highlight Easton a little bit more with how good you did in 2024. Absolutely phenomenal year overall. 2 Opens victories, and Easton, I think at this point, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, this was like your biggest tournament bass ever, a 9-1 at Okeechobee.
It was. Actually, day 2, I caught an 8 3/4, which is my biggest, and then that one, even topped that one. I broke my PB twice that tournament, so crazy event for sure.
You obviously had all these events on your radar, but Leech Lake was one that you were really keyed in on and thinking about. Getting this win at Eufaula before we get there, having another almost 9-pounder to anchor this tournament, did that relieve some stress and pressure, knowing that you won and made the Classic before you ever got to your home lake, which you ended up winning as well?
It did a little bit. Being at my home lake, there's always going to be some sort of stress there, but it did alleviate some pressure, and I was able just to really focus in on what I had to do, and it did. I had a lot of weight lifted off my shoulders going into that event for sure.
Well, when we think about Leech Lake, that was the 1 Open last year. That was a 2-day event. That's number 2 there for Easton for victories on the 2024 Opens. But it was also a 2-day event. We're dealing with that here at Clarks Hill, a full field fishing day. Now we get down to the last event of the season. You love Lake Hartwell, and that's where it was supposed to be. But with the hurricane, we moved it to Lake Martin. Probably a little nervous and unsure. Not a place you probably spent a ton of time on. But boy, it fits your style, and you needed a top 28 to win AOY, and you did even better than that, finishing 18th.
Yeah, that was a great event to end the year on for sure. Very unexpected. Didn't really know what to expect. It was a very level playing field going to that event, having switching locations like that. So definitely a remarkable year for sure.
So we head out to Zach Gutremont. You know him last year. He was one who brought in an almost 11-pounder at Lake Ouachita, and I would say other than the blueback herring, Lake Ouachita and Clarks Hill probably fish pretty similar, Easton, especially this time of the year.
Yeah, I've never been to Clarks Hill before actually, but just based on how the lakes lay out, Ouachita doesn't have the herring that Clarks Hill does, but I definitely think they would fish similar at least this time of year.
Brandon Such, we saw Zach get off to a good start with a 4-pounder, and then it kind of got slow. He did fill his limit before our break, and now we were saying someone's going to have to make a charge in the midday or early afternoon. And
he had a great afternoon yesterday. He was kind of in the middle of the pack and jumped up with a couple close to 4 pounds in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm. He's catching some quality spotted bass too. It seems like he's a lot more main lake than some in targeting.
That's a good spotted bass right there.
Notice the outerwear is off. It's gotten close to 50 degrees out there.
It's the nicest it's been in a while.
It's no longer bibs and winter coat weather. It's now hoodie weather.
224.
.224 is his smallest, a 2 1/4.
244.
Okay, about a 2.7.
Shredder number 5.
3-ounce upgrade. So Easton, Chase Clark's high point last year was Leech Lake when he got 3rd place to you and Jay Shakira. He's off to a great start this week with a 25-14 leading bag yesterday. Did you see the 2 6-pounders he caught this morning?
I did. I was watching when he caught both of them live, and it was super cool to see the emotion that he's got, and he's well on his way to getting the win here today if he can get a couple more key bites.
Well, during our break, he did catch number 4, and this would be keeper number 5 if he does get it in the boat, and that has been the biggest concern is number of bites, Brandon. He has gotten the big bites, which definitely carry you through, but he hasn't gotten a lot of bites.
Yeah, he's clearly targeting larger fish than everybody else. With the stuff he's keyed in on, the where he's fishing in the pockets and the ditches, he's definitely not catching the numbers, but he's catching a lot more largemouth, and they're all good ones.
He does have a full house, 2 5.5-pounders on Bass Track, and then 3 fish, 2 1/4-ish. 18 pounds on the day, a 7-pound lead.
Thanks.
If he caught this one a 2 1/4, it's looking a little bigger than that.
Well, that's what he's entering. I mean, he entered those other ones at 5'8", and we think they're close to yesterday's 6'8". He had a 6-something.
I don't know if I'm sensing 2 1/4 on that fish there.
2.6?
No, I'd say it's got a 3 in front of its number.
Didn't leave any empty places on the table today. It's a thick little guy. $260.
260.
Wow.
260. He weighed it. It looks bigger than that, though, honestly.
Yeah. Give him 2.9 for the pounds and ounces crew.
Oh, that's not where that goes.
He had a culling error yesterday.
Did he?
Yes, he
had a 2-pound penalty yesterday?
No.
Oh, no, that's right.
He threw back.
Yes, but all was well. That's right.
If it was in the wash, he would have never kept it.
That's 6 at the end of the day. Eliminated the error.
He's sitting there thinking, how could I make it? He threw away a larger fish.
He threw a 3 back and had a 2.5.
6 bit.
Oh, no.
Brandon, you talked about it, and we're seeing that, the technology aspect of our sport is making the weights go up. But this is an event where you're using the technology at times, but guys like Blaine Bunny, other folks fishing the ditch, because these fish aren't suspended and roaming, they're on the bottom in the timber. This is a tournament you could fish a more traditional way, but the technology is at least making you more accurate with the cover. Like you know where the rocks are, you know where the timber's at.
It is, yeah. It's definitely making the weights go up because you're staying in likely areas the whole time. But the only thing that's making it tough for people like Blake, the fishing, cranking the bank and things, is you can catch a bigger bag on the bank, like very shallow, but you can also not have such a good day. And everybody like out live scoping, fishing offshore, they might not catch 20, but they're not going to have a horrible
They're
day
not gonna
either.
slip, yeah.
Yep.
Easton, did you notice that last year where maybe you integrated technology into your game plan in tournaments, but you were like feeling like it felt like the Eufaula event, maybe you fished a lot more natural and fishing, you know, high spots with bladed jigs, things like that, and then you also were able to pick off, you know, an almost 9-pounder, you know, with a Nico rig.
Yeah, Eufaula is set up perfectly, just like you said, to mix in that live scope type bite, but also, you know, you got to have the instincts to run to the bank. That spot I ended up winning on, the wind was blowing like 20 miles an hour over that super shallow point, and they just loaded up on that point, feeding on shad. So that's where I ended up winning the tournament, was up on that shallow bar on a bladed jig. So yeah, that was the perfect event to do a little bit of everything, and you know, it's definitely a place a versatile angler will shine there, just because you can do literally anything at that lake.
So walk me through the last 3 events of the season. We might have something from Dylan Fogarty here real quick.
Feeling all right. Still haven't gotten into the big ones like I had yesterday, but I know they live back over there, so I'm just, you know, trying to give it a break and fish some other stuff around here that I think they would be on, all this rock, and put them back up into that little spot that I can catch them on.
Easton, this is a guy you fished against in college. He fished for Bethel, you fished for Montevallo. Dylan Fogarty, you guys were actually both high school All-Americans in the same class, 2020. He said, coming into the Opens, Dad, I don't really think I have the skill or the capabilities to maybe make the Elite Series through the Opens. It's such a tough path. So I don't know, I might pass on it this year. And his dad said, no, I'm going to support you. You need to go do it. And he has proven in his first Open that he is in the top 10.
Yeah, I met Dylan during that All-American in 2020, and from then on, he was always one of those guys on the college circuit the next 4 years that you're always worried of. And, you know, he was always one of those super consistent ones, always in that top 10, top 20. So I definitely think he's got what it takes. He's definitely proven that this week, so I'm super excited with the rest of the season, what will come for him.
Brandon, we've seen him. He's been the lone bait cast guy. We haven't not seen a spinning rod from him just yet. It looks like he's now switched up to maybe a crankbait as well, but that channel swing area, we're seeing some other anglers that have similar, they may not say channel swing, but the bank looks very similar. You talk about how flat Clark's Hill is. Yep. They're on some pretty steep stuff. A couple got him and Blaine Bunny. You're also seeing a little bit of that from Chase Clark.
And they're targeting more largemouth, in my opinion. And he's in my neck of the woods. This is right near where I usually put in. You notice the water's a little dirtier in that section of lake if you look at the guys down the lake versus up here. And that's why he's able to fish a little shallower.
Catching some spotted bass earlier, now culling them out with largemouth. Easton, I was saying that the last 3 events of the season, Leech Lake, you win it, but you only gain 3 points on Cody Meyer because he gets a top 5. And then Mississippi River, he's in the top 10. Were you sweating it at Martin? Like, you seem calm, cool, and collected, but Cody, he did not let up on you at all.
Boat was in here yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sweating it a lot more than people may think. I just don't show it most of the time. So I was definitely pretty stressed out at Lake Martin, but you know, I knew that lake set up very good for Cody, so I knew it was kind of on me I'd have to perform for sure in order to win the AOI at that event.
Hearing a lot of anglers this week, instead of using as light of a jig head as possible, like we're used to seeing with targeting maybe suspending fish with forward-facing sonar, guys have been echoing, you know, 5/8, 3/4, and even some guys saying I've thrown an ounce jig head at some of these deeper fish to get there quick, because most of them are so low to the bottom. But this one here was about halfway up the water column.
It feels like a better
Adams.
fish. I think. I don't know. We're gonna find out. May not be. Find out here in a second. No, it's really not. Yeah, it is. Not what I want, but it'll help a little bit. 2.5 pound spot, probably 10 3/4. Where are my bucket mouse? Where are my bucket mouse? About 2.5.
Matt Adams trying to not be the first man out of the Elite Series cut this year. He wants to be in that top 10 when it comes through to the EQs at the end of the year. Easton Fothergill, appreciate you joining us. This is about the only way that we can have you on the show without being in the top 10 leaderboard, as we're looking at right here, is having you as a guest. So appreciate you joining us, and congrats on a great year.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me, and I'll see you guys soon.
Chase Clark, Michael, Neal, River Lee, he did our Bass Pro Shop's top lures earlier. Brooks Anderson was a part of that 2020 high school All-American class. And 18-year-old Blaine Bunny, that's your top 5. So we head into the last 2.5 hours of fishing. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here. We got to hear from Dylan Fogarty just a couple minutes ago, the former Bethel University angler from Pennsylvania, out here in his first year on the Opens, putting together a great tournament with a jig.
I like the way he runs around. He doesn't run like his hair's on fire. He's just kind of eating his candy bar.
You always wonder how tight the hat is on their head. Is it so tight it's not going to budge, or is it loose and he's just chilling? He's not going fast.
That's what I do. On my good days, that's what I do. When I'm like running around, I got, yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work running around for me. Taking my time and fishing.
Got a report on that high climber, Joshua Weaver from like 120th. He's filled his limit. It's the biggest of the day, 19.5 pounds. He's got the 2 5-pounders and 3 fish, 3+.
2 bucks. Nice.
Cool.
That's huge for Joshua Weaver. It is a long season, but 4 events. When you have 150 boats in a division, it's a lot easier to make the top 50 than if you have 230, but you cannot have 120th place. I don't care if you go top 10 the next 3.
Be hard.
If you top 10 the next 3 and you finish 120th suits, you're going to have 150 technically. You know, if you got 10th, 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 and 120th, that's 150 total positions, and you're averaging 40 something, you're not going to make the top. You know, you're going to make the top 50, but you're going to have a tougher year.
Last year with 9 events, you had guys finish in the 100s.
You could have a slip.
Paul Marsh finished twice in the 100s. Easton Fothergill, our winner was like Santee Cooper was tough for a lot of guys. 86, I believe.
There was some room for error, but for sure, Josh Weaver is going to feel a whole lot better.
Oh my!
Coming back to the ramp than he did leaving the ramp this morning, knowing that, hey,
he may have messed up his season.
At least maybe I got 60th, you know, like at worst, I get 60th. Man, that's a huge win.
Yeah, that's not even, you don't even hardly have to recover from that. That's not that bad as far as points go.
There are a number of guys who have not inputted anything on Bass Track.
For sure, for sure.
A lot of that's probably due to cell phone signal too, knowing the lake. There's just so many places that you wouldn't be able to.
I wouldn't be staying here so long if they weren't big ones. I caught big ones here in practice, and they're set up very similar to how they were then.
I've got one good one, you know, 3 not so good ones. I got one that is about to die on me. But it's been a pretty slow day. Had a couple missed opportunities, but it's definitely not been as easy as yesterday, that's for sure. Seems like the fish have kind of pushed out a little bit deeper, so just trying to figure out where those bigger ones are at. pretty much dedicated all of my practice to the offshore game. Knew that cold weather was moving in and just felt more comfortable and confident staying out here.
As we take a look at some of Zach's catches from his day today, makes sense his success. He's from New York, so maybe smallmouth, but comfortable fishing way off the bank or at least out in deeper water and putting all his eggs in that basket. We saw at Ouachita last year, that 10-plus pounder he caught was, I believe, the biggest fish of the season for the Opens. And obviously it helped lead him to a top 10 finish. The only uncertainty and the fear this week, Brandon Cobb, is with it being a full field for 2 days, normally when you get to a camera in your boat, it's relaxed. You can't fall past 10th. But today, we saw it with Dakota Eber at Leach. Leach was a fickle place, and he only caught one on day 2 and fell from 4th to 90th and lost a lot of points. Guys like Zach may not finish in the top 10 today, but 17th, like, you take that and go home. You know, like that's a great event overall, even if you have a camera in the boat.
It's still a good finish. The camera adds, I mean, anybody that's never done it, you can't say it doesn't. The camera adds a little pressure. It just does. And at least when you're in the top 10 and you got a camera, like, well, I finished 10th, at least if it's cut to 10. But when you have a camera and you're like, man, I really, it's not going well.
Nobody ever wants to fall flat on their face, and this is the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, so you're saying in Hollywood the camera adds a couple pounds, but in Bassmaster it adds a couple pounds of pressure.
It does.
Oh,
it does. Exactly.
I've heard guys, they have to get used to having a camera.
So do you love having it on day 1?
Oh, I absolutely despise having a camera on day 1. I feel like, I don't know, I think I'm the target when we come to South Carolina of the day 1 camera, and it just, I don't know.
The one year we didn't,
the classic,
and we spared you at Murray that one year. You ended up
when I won Hartwell, you spared me. I didn't have a camera or a Marshall on day 1, and I won the tournament.
Well, I'll say there was a little bit of an argument, and I said, how are we not putting one in Brandon Cobb's boat? And then you went and won, so thank you. I was like, come on now. What are we doing?
You showed
Captain Cobb, come on now. We mentioned this young man earlier today. He's started the day in 10th place, had a quiet day overall, but we know he feels right at home and comfortable here. Dawsonville, Georgia's Hayden Seabolt.
Well, we've got 3 pretty good ones, and really need 2 more good ones. Get rid of these other 2 small ones, but definitely a slower day than yesterday, but trying to get back to where I was yesterday. Not too far off, just need 2 more bites.
Hayden live on the left, his morning on the right. We're going to see a lot of guys be real consistent today with spotted bass, but man, having a fish like Hayden just held up that big largemouth, or having 3 or 4 of your 5 be largemouth, that is a game changer. We talked about Hartwell, how back in the day you couldn't win with all spotted bass. I feel like that's why, like Clark's Hill's they're spotted bass, but you can't win with all spots.
In the fall potentially, but any other time of year, no, you can't. And it's not like Hartwell used to. You could not win with hardly. Really, even if you had 1 or 2 spots, you weren't going to win. And now you can win with all spotted bass.
Yes.
So I think they all mature the population of them.
Heard guys on stage yesterday, who had brought big fish across, said, yeah, I may be able to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's the trick, though.
I think,
big bites.
Hopefully, maybe. You never know.
It's
possibly.
Maybe not. Maybe so.
Somebody said, I think I talked to Christian Nash last night, and he said, I didn't expect to catch 22. And I said, well, most of the time, people who expect to catch 22 don't catch 22.
That's accurate. That is accurate.
You just had to let one big fish get in the boat and then roll it into a second. And then you're like, whoa, I've got 22 pounds.
Yep.
Well, Chase Clark doing it yesterday, 6'8", 6+, and today he's put in 2 fish about the same. They look 6s. He put them in as 5'8". But to have 2 of them, 4 of them in an event like that.
I think Chase definitely has like a detail that everybody else doesn't have quite figured out, I believe. In watching him fish, it's just he's not catching the numbers, but he's not catching any little ones, hardly, not truly little ones. And I think he's targeting. I think a lot of the fish he's fishing for, he knows is there.
Stuck on a little lull right
versus
now,
chasing around on bait.
Bites.
I think he's fishing a lot of groups of fish.
I think it's. I mean, they may be catching them, but it's kind of tough where I am. I ain't seen many bass, and the ones I do throw at are not really wanting to bite. So I may have to just keep running around, or hopefully it's a timing deal, but these bass are literally tucked on the bottom, and I'm not seeing enough of them to have enough chances. So it may be just an area thing. We may have to move areas and see if we can locate some more, but we're just going to continue to grind with what we have, and I think we upgraded to like almost 12 pound. So we need a couple big bites. I think a 5-pounder would help out a lot. We've got like almost a 2-pounder. We need to cull it. So just got to keep the wheels moving and hopefully run into a patch of them.
Listening to Christian Nash, been overall consistent, doesn't have any giants.
We'll take him out.
Doesn't have a ton of small ones. Really could benefit from a few clutch largemouth fish late today to call out some of the spots, some of the smaller largemouth for him. But overall, a great start to his opens. He said he's, wanted to fish for a long time and started to get a little comfortable traveling nationally with other tours, and said, man, I'm gonna try to make the Elite Series this year. I think that I like the format. I think I'm gonna go all in. I think he quit his job at UPS, I think he said. He was fishing and delivering packages.
Fish landing.
That's why my package hasn't made it yet. Christian,
cool.
Stepping away from
Left
UPS.
it in the truck and went fishing.
Yeah, I was the last
On
shipment.
fishing sign.
No, but so he did. He gave away his job and had enough support that he has worked out the last year or so and made this decision to fish the opens. And it's always good when you get immediate results. It doesn't mean the season's going to be easy, but Brandon, when you make that first jump out there to try to fish professionally and make that risk, that you get positive results.
Yeah, the negative feedback off your first run makes it tough.
You get on a run like Easton Fothergill, huh?
That's right.
Hey, we got a new big bag leader today. Carter Cunningham was 29th. He's in 3rd place now on Bass Track. He's got an even 20. Don't know his individual fish. But right next to him, Michael Neal, 19.5. Joshua Weaver had 19.8. Michael Neal just landed a 3.14.
This morning kind of started off a little bit, I'd say a little bit slower for sure. There's a bunch of boats around. I really couldn't get exactly where I wanted to. The fish were incredibly pressured. They'd come up and they'd try and kind of nip at the bait, but they wouldn't get it. We had a couple really nice largemouth do that. We could, I can tell by looking at them on there. Largemouth are a little bit more lethargic. Spotted bass are a little bit more, they're a little bit more kind of shaky and come up and are curious to the bait. That being said, we kind of kept our head down, kind of kept grinding around. We definitely don't have what I think we need, but, we've kind of salvaged the day so far, and we've still got, about 3.5 hours left to fish, a little over 3 hours. So we're still digging. We need probably 2 good fish. It's kind of my goal. Obviously you want to catch as many as you can, but that's kind of what I'm looking for right now. I'm trying to, get a bigger bite. I'm throwing a jig around some brush piles. This time of the day, the sun's right overhead, so a little bit tougher right now, but I'd imagine here in about hour and a half, we should get another solid bite window right before weigh-in. That's kind of what we're looking for.
The former, I guess he's still a college national champion, even though it happened in the past. It's still an accolade. He's not the current reigning defending, but a past college championship winner, Chris Blanchett from South Carolina.
Nice.
He's been in the opens for a few years now. Like he said, he guides on Lake Murray, still lives in that Columbia region. Chris is one who's been on this path to trying to become an Elite Series pro for a while now, and a great start to a season. Sometimes that's all you need, a familiar place like Clarks Hill, off to a good start, and it kind of gets your wheels going. And this could be, if we look down the line, this could be the reason he has a great season. Just feeling comfortable at home, not being in the hole. Sometimes starting in Florida for anglers is a real roll of the dice. You just don't know what you're going to get.
You just don't know.
Get rid of that peanut.
Florida, you can be in the right area and just not catch any big ones. This can happen really, really easily.
We had 162 in the field. 28 are from Georgia, and 3 of them made our top 10 after day 1. See how they finished.
A lot of Georgia anglers.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Wade, if you're watching, that one's for you, son.
That's like one of the bigger spots I've seen get caught today. That one there.
I've been impressed. There's only been a few squeakers, but they're all so healthy.
Mm-hmm. They are.
Chase Clark on top. Michael Neal right behind him. We'll see if Michael can maybe grace the stage with a trophy for the first time.
He's a 25-pound bag today.
He would need to do what Chase did yesterday, and Chase is not making it easy on anybody.
No,
he's got a limit now, and he's on top of the leaderboard. We'll be back from Clarks Hill in just a minute. Welcome back to the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens presented by 7. It's sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats. Closing in on 2 hours left in our live day today, which means first flight's got about 2 hours and 15 minutes before they have to check in.
They set a record yesterday, Ronnie.
A record? Fastest
Shortest
Opens weigh-in ever?
An hour and a half. It started like at 3:23.
Well, you were the one in the off season telling Hank to get rid of co-anglers. I remember you were adamant about that.
That was okay, you. I have that power. Yes.
Send the emails to Such.
You know, or 2. It's been slow as far as the big fish. I'm having a hard time finding the largemouth. There's a lot of fish. I've caught a ton of fish. Man, it's not been a bad day. It's just not been, I don't have the size I need yet. But I mean, you know, we still got a few hours, sun's out, fish are starting to move around a lot more. So we'll see. I mean, we're definitely in an area that you can catch a couple of giants at any point. I've seen it, you know, 1 big one today, 2 yesterday, and I'm just gonna grind it out. What happens, happens. I'm not gonna run around a bunch. I know what's here. It's just a matter of finding one that's ready to eat.
You're listening to Matt Adams. Matt this morning, he's really been doing the same thing all day, but a little shocked by it. He's fishing a little bit deeper than everybody else. He's been the one who's been in that striper territory in the 50 to 65 feet of water, it seems. And is it dramatically different from those who maybe are fishing the ditches in 30 to 40 for him to be out in 55, 65?
Not necessarily. I mean, maybe for the spotted bass, because a lot of them are near the bottom, and in my opinion, a lot of the fish don't get much deeper than 40, regardless of how deep you are, if that makes sense. So he's probably just catching a lot more suspended fish than everybody else. But wherever there's bait in Clarks Hill, there's bass. So it doesn't really matter the depth.
One of our 4 anglers who topped 20 pounds yesterday, he hit it right on the mark. He was very surprised that he got to that weight as well. Shouldn't have said that right now. I'm getting 5 texts from co-anglers saying, "Oh, it was you, huh?" Well, yeah, I see the unfair advantage of having a co-angler in your boat, but then, you know, you think, okay, I got an extra guy that I got to let him catch some fish. What if he's a local who's cluing in the angler?
Yeah, there's
that happens as well.
Yeah.
Big. You're gonna jump.
Blaine Bunny hooked up again with another one on a crankbait.
Big.
Off a point. Got 2 close to 4 pounds today.
Big.
Love another one or maybe bigger.
Ooh. Smallest is is a 1 pound 5 ounce on Bester.
I think this one will help. You can get it in the boat. When they get close to the boat and dig like this on a crankbait, it's scary.
I said I might be around you. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Look at the mouth on that sucker. Yeah. Clark's Hill, right there. That's the one we needed right there. Now. Make us some money.
This 18-year-old showing some good poise. The one deal
Look at
is
the bug eye. That fish should be so much bigger than she is, but I'm loving her right now.
Oh, wow, that is a long one.
That is a very long. It looks like a postbone fish. It's not, but
that's good for TV, ain't it?
Caught some on a spinning rod in a jighead minnow earlier today, but said he was
Had to change
waiting
colors there.
for the sun to get up
That
to go
wind has
cranking.
screwed me up. Not blowing enough. Had to go to a more way natural presentation. But if you look at these fish's lips, they're eating crawfish up there in them rocks. They're red. Their crushes are all red. They're eating crawls. Bucket mouse. Let's see what she weighs.
And how many anglers maybe fished the morning with a crankbait, cloudy or low light conditions, and lost confidence or went through their best areas, and then they're like, what do I do now? Timing that up, I mean, he's done it flawlessly today.
His game plan is, I really like the way he's timed everything to get the limit quick out deep and then
go.
See how big?
413.
413.
Wow. Biggest of the day.
3.5 pound cull.
6 pound frame, 413.
Yeah, exactly.
One goes bye-bye.
Which is interesting. That one is a much shallower up on that into that point.
I wonder how long that fish is. What do you think?
Meanwhile, Chase Clark catching 6+ pounders that are just, they're built all the way through. Yeah.
I believe that gives him 3-4+ pound fish, right?
Yeah, he had the 2 that are right under 4 or right at 4.
312.
Yeah.
He had 3.0, 213. Get rid of the 1.5.
Okay.
He got 1.9. So you have about.
Hold them both up so you can see them.
Look at that go.
Oh, let's throw him back.
Good problem to have.
All right there, that was let this area rest this morning. This is where I caught my big fish yesterday. Had to change up colors on crankbaits, but that's the same spot, same cast. Had to change up to a rock crawler that's a more natural color. Was throwing that fire crawl, which is a matte red, and this one's got a hair bit of orange, but it's natural. And that fish fell victim. Let's catch another one.
Another great change. Even though the sun came up, it was still low light. It had more of a solid matte finish, and now he's going to the translucent.
Got some red in there.
The water at Clark's Hill, we had a lot of rain a while ago, but it usually is a little dirtier than it is right now. It's relatively clear.
I looked at his bio. He was born in 2006, the first year of the Elite Series.
Crawdads, because crawdads this time of year are soft-shelled, easy to eat, and an easy meal for most big fish. But they're lazy. Big fish are lazy as all get out. That's why we catch them moping around way out there, and we catch them just laying on the rocks way up here. But this area screams big fish. Where this point, this channel, all of it, it just screams it. And they're up there still. Let's see if we can catch one more, get to 20 before the day's over.
Back in second place.
So Such, I saw his photo yesterday. I knew he was young, but on the phone call last night, mid conversation, he's giving me an answer. I said, wait, hold on, how old are you?
Color change though made a difference.
He said 18. I said, dude, you sound like upper 20s. Like your voice, like the way you're talking. Like
with that red one.
Little Trey McKinney in there
from
Oklahoma.
And they ate it. like really good during the tournament, but there's another one, big one. Another big one. Oh. Golly, guys. Settle down.
And the way they bite that crankbait, that is
Settle down.
so fun.
God, this fish choked this thing.
Still has a 1.5 suture, I think.
Yeah, 1.9.
Settle down.
He overtook Michael Neal for second with the last one. He's 5 pounds and change back of Chase Clark right now.
He only has to beat Chase Clark by 3.7. That's his deficit this morning.
Yes. Look at that right there. In the mouth. Yes. 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 Boom, boy, that is a chunk right there. Yeah. What do you know, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we come back to the honey hole and they're biting, buddy. Are they ever?
He's giving me anxiety not throwing
Get
back
away
in
on
there.
her. Let's
And Cole, he just caught 2 in a row.
Hurry. He's got to let them reload into that rock crevice, get right back in that same little spot.
Get away.
Oh, that fish is heavy. 410.
Wow. 413 and a 410.
Back to back.
That's 410.
That's another 3 to the bottom line. He's only 2.5 back now of Chase Clark.
And we really, it's hard to judge what Chase has because those fish were big, but we don't really know how big.
Belly on that girl.
And if those 2.5s
It's
are
that same way it
threes,
happened yesterday. They're
you know.
still in there. I got to get this one out of here and get back up in there.
Think he heard you, Brandon?
I think he heard me.
I don't think he has a spot left. I think he got rid of his 2 spots.
Is it okay?
It's got a 3, 1 almost 3, 1 almost 4, and then 2 4 3/4.
Game on, son.
Oh, he's gonna do it. Biggin. Oh my gosh.
Don't say the S word.
Let's go.
No, it's not gonna be a striker.
Stay hooked, baby. Yes.
Wow.
Had to have it.
Those flurries like he just had make me at Okeechobee 2 years ago when I caught 30 pounds essentially in like 20 minutes.
Man, I'm out here limping
I look back
around
at
with
it
a
and I
sprained
think I
ankle.
could have caught a lot more if I had hurried.
Catching Clark's Hill.
Because it was crazy. I was like, oh, I caught a 6 pounder. Like, oh, I just caught a 7 pounder. Oh, now I caught a 5. And I was like, kind of like, this is crazy. But I wasn't rushing as bad as I feel like. And then they quit biting in about 35 minutes. Now, did I catch them all or could I have caught more in that? I don't know.
It's a decent one, Chris.
That is a good one.
Putting in the boat right there, and a largemouth. We talked about he was the guy catching more spots than most people. Like we've seen him catch a lot of spots today. If he can start to turn those into largemouth, especially if he saw that one chasing his bait and active, maybe not on the bottom, you might start seeing him cull some of those spotted bass real quick.
Happened a little while ago. Laker Howell has our big 6'8", but Eric, I mean, that Brzezowski caught a 6'3", B-R-Z-T-O-W-S-K-I.
Say that 3
Belmont,
times
Illinois.
fast.
You say it 3 times. Not sure if that's how to say it. Brzezowski, secure it. Huh.
Sounds good to me.
We had to learn that one. Make a name for yourself. Just learn how to pronounce it.
Yeah. Oh, we're back with Chase.
It's been a pretty good day so far. The fishing has been a little bit slow, but we're on Clark's Hill and there's big ones in here, and I found a couple of them. The rest of my fish are just 2-pound range keepers. So I'm looking for one more 4+ to hopefully give me what I need. I know I'm around them, but I've kind of fished through most of my places that I think the biggest ones are. I'm just trying to really catch a 4 something, or hopefully run into one even bigger. But I'm only running places where I've caught quality. I'm not looking for numbers. I'm just looking for one more bite now. It's 1 o'clock. I don't check in until 4:15, so I got probably not quite 3 hours to fish because we're way up the South Carolina side of the river. Or midway up. Is that good?
Day 1 leader, 25-14 for Chase Clark. He had a close call with a possible win last year at Leech Lake. Starting this year strong. Chase Clark, big day yesterday. Started off strong today with about a 6-pounder. But it got really, really quiet for him. Went through a huge lull, caught a small one. And then Brandon Cobb, he caught this one. They gave him his 3rd keeper of the day, but boy, this was a tone setter.
I'm shaking so bad. That's the type of fish that you gotta have. Oh my God. Holy strong face. Let's go. Let's go.
Makes 2 6+ pounders possibly, 5.5+ pounders for sure for Chase Clark today. He's only paired it with a couple 2-pounders. That one probably is not 2 1/4. That's probably, or no, that was the one he weighed. That was just over 2.5.
Yeah, he said 2.5.
That's right, 2.5. So
it sure looked bigger though.
Yeah, it did. It absolutely. Maybe it was all air. I don't know. Maybe it was all air.
Maybe he fibbed us and just.
Maybe.
It went from being it went from being who's down in the pack that's going to lead Such with Michael Neal, Carter Cunningham, River Lee, to Chase Clark's back in control, dominating, to now Blaine Bunny. 2 big calls with a 4.13 and a 4.10, getting rid of everything under 2 pounds for him. He is within 2 pounds now of Chase Clark, conservatively on Bass Track. It's going to be Chase Clark breaking through, or an 18-year-old from Oklahoma making his debut on the big stage. We'll be back.
How to pronounce
All right, did you look it up, Such? How do you pronounce Bruce? I'll give you. Okay, good. Welcome back. We're just chit-chatting during the break. Bassmaster Open here at Clark's Hill Reservoir, Evans, Georgia. Got a couple hours left to fish, like Chase Clark said. He's got about 3 hours left to fish. He's up the Savannah River arm, Brandon Cobb country, as we'll call it, the South Carolina side of Clark's Hill. Got the area directly near takeoff to the west, Georgia side. This Savannah River fishery is showing out this week. We've seen so many 5+ pound largemouth get caught. Really expected this young man to show up big today. It's been a little quiet since he had some leader line issues and maybe a chipped guide in one of his rods. Maybe it was frozen.
Kinda though.
Yeah.
He had to throw one back, but
exactly.
Got the other one.
He's hung tight in the top 10, but really no big culls this afternoon to speak of. Tyler Campbell going to be in the Bassmaster Classic at Ray Roberts via his team championship fish-off victory at Kentucky Lake late last year. Last man to make the Classic.
He's an ounce shy of 20 pounds yesterday. He's an ounce shy of 15 pounds today on Bass Track.
He said, yes, he's fished Hartwell a bunch. He said on the phone last night he would call Clark's Hill his favorite lake.
Interesting. I don't know Tyler real well. I just know some guys that fish with him a lot, and I always assume he was a Hartwell guy.
Yeah.
He is a Hartwell guy, but he must also be a Clark's Hill guy, clearly.
Maybe he's trying to get some heat off his Hartwell bat. You know,
He might.
You know. Oh, I like Clarksville. Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
I'm not sure what bait he's using, but it's very, very small. The bait is.
Like we said this morning, these are the fish catches that he caught traditional style, old school, with a rod and reel. He caught 2 fish this morning with hand lining them in. One of them counted, one of them did not. If you do not know, here's the one that counted. If you break your line in B.A.S.S, you have to grab the line with your hand or with the rod that it broke off from. The first fish catch that he had, broke his line, he put it down, picked up another rod and went to fish, saw his line floating, picked it up with that.
Yeah, how much later did he find his line?
30 seconds later, but he had already made a decision to fish with another rod, so you cannot confirm that that was exactly the line with you because some time had passed and a decision had been made. So Tyler threw that early one back, but otherwise it's just been had a solid day. I mean,
he hasn't caught any giants, but he's caught quality fish.
In the opens at Clarks Hill on a blueback herring, like 14 to 15 pounds is a solid day, but with what we've seen and what we expect, you got to be at 20 pounds if you're going to be even in contention for the top 5. I think we're going to see some big weight gaps, you know, between first and second, gaps to third, maybe gaps to 5th, you know, and then top 10 it's going to be 15 pounds back maybe.
Looking at Tyler's previous catches, it actually looks like he caught more solid fish than most people. He just hasn't got a true big bite.
His cameraman did say earlier today that he thinks he was closer to 16 than he was to 13. So we've split the gap and his bass track's right around 15, just to be sure.
To get a check, it was just under 16 pounds yesterday after day 1, so maybe about 31, 32.
I would assume.
Could get you in the, well, that's what Matt Adams was saying. He had 20 pounds. He said, I need 12 to get a check.
I agree. I don't think you'll see much of a drop the way the fish are grouped up and the way they're catching them.
Got Australian Tommy Wood up to about 15 pounds. He's inside our cut mark. See if we can get another Australian on the Elite Series. Got a couple of Canadians fishing this round, but surprisingly, we have no Japanese anglers in this division. There's a handful in the Division 2, though.
Okay.
That's because they've all made the Elite Series, Such, every year.
That's a couple.
That's a good point.
So, Tommy Wood.
And one on the Elite Series.
Yeah, absolutely.
My gosh.
Tommy Wood, I believe we first heard his name. He came over to be a marshal and also a co-angler with Carl Jocumsen in past years.
Okay.
And now he's tested out opens, and now he's a boater in all the opens. So it's very cool to see that, especially as much as Carl represents Australia positively across the country, like to now have another one.
Okay, here's the move. Our Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader, Laker Howell's got a 6'8" earlier today. He just landed a 4.12. He's up to 18.12, 5th place.
Wow.
He had a pretty good run last year in the EQs.
Here's one of the guys that made the Bottom Lake, Santee Cooper, work out. Normally that has been such a hit or miss place, and was able to ride it for 3 days and get 2nd place to Kyle Austin.
If I remember right, Kyle Austin also caught some of his, or around the canal.
Yeah. Shh, don't talk about that spot. Robbie Mills, we didn't hear from him much in the first hour of the day today, really slow. But in about 45 minutes, put a limit together. He had spent most of his morning, this is why I made that observation. Blaine Bunny has been our best cranker on the show today. 2nd in the tournament, obviously, so the best crankbait fisherman today. Robbie Mills was giving that pattern a shot this morning, but maybe it was low light, maybe it was area of the lake, whatever it is, it was not firing for him. He went to his backup approach, caught a limit. We were wondering if he'd go and give some more time now.
Back to cranking.
as he's filled his limit. It is small. He's fallen down. He's still in check range, but definitely a smaller bag of fish today. But with that sun getting up, now that he's got a limit and the security of 5 fish, just go cold. Look for some largemouth.
I think with the world of front sonar, that's what, as an angler, you have to be careful of. Is the cranking fish is, I'm assuming the way he started cranking, that's probably how he caught a lot of his fish yesterday. But he's obviously seeing fish. It's hard to change it up when you know they're there. If you go shallow, you don't know they're there.
and that's what I'll say. It seems like some of the struggles.
Yeah, so it's been pretty slow. Not really what I was expecting, but we're gonna keep at it and try to upgrade a few times. And I figured it would be harder today. You know, the bite would be a little tougher for me, but just with the wind and places I caught them yesterday, I just had no wind, so it didn't have any bait pushed up in there, and it just made it tough. So we're still out here grinding. We're just gonna keep our head down and fish hard as we can.
You do love seeing Robbie from Georgia still in his bibs and winter coat and a toboggan, and you have New Yorkers that go to back in the hoodie and jeans. But we're talking about balancing that, you know, a pattern versus a style of fishing. And you see a lot of Elite Series pros who've had a lot of past success struggle with adapting and meshing the two together.
Two big ones right here.
They know I can go fish a jig all day for 5 bites, but catching 1 or 2 and then changing gears to this and then changing gears back, like
see if I can
getting that timing lined up has been hard for even the best.
It's very, very difficult to do, and it's
to retrain your brain on.
It is. The more experience you have, the harder. You see people all the time like, why doesn't everybody just fish like that? Well, when you fish for 20, 30 years, it's hard to all the experience you have actually makes it more difficult to learn a new technique.
Couple of those guys who jumped up early this morning in our top 5, Lucas Murphy, Dylan Welton, they've all fallen down to the 16th, 17th place. Paul Marks fallen out of the top 10. He had only crept into like 6th or 7th at most. He is now back down to 13th as these guys who are in the top 10 have filled their limit. River Lee, Brooks Anderson, there's about 5 anglers out of our top 10 who are different. They have replaced. That's Michael Neal, Carter Cunningham, Laker Howe, River Lee, and Brooks Anderson.
Yeah, a lot of bait up on top. I've only got 2 spots. This is the second of the 2, so the bait's definitely set up different. I think the sun today, this was basically my primary stop yesterday before where we just came from, and I lost something. I don't know. I can't tell you it was a bass for sure, but it looked like one, it acted like one, and it was really big, and it was right in the middle of the bait ball. Seeing a lot of fish and a lot of bait, so you know we still got a couple hours. Hopefully we can put one in the box to make a difference. We don't have a lot right now. I mean, maybe 15 or so, maybe. I don't know if I've got that, but it's been a good day. I mean, I don't have any complaints. Caught a ton of fish. I'd like to have seen the last one. It took up a third of the dang screen. It was so big, but told like a true fisherman. So
2 fish there at the bottom and about 28.
Big enough, it got me pretty excited. Let's put it that way. It definitely, it was big. If it was a bass, it was one of those that, it was one of those that I would have remembered probably for the rest of my life if it was a bass. That's why I'm not too sure it was a bass, because it was awful big. You can see the bait up on top. That's not been that way last couple times. So I really had been catching them in the shoal out deep
the bait kind of drugged me up here just to check and see, and that's the only fish I've seen in the bait so far was that great big one. I've seen some other bait around it, or some other fish around the bait, but not in it. Most of them have been on the bottom. That one was dead in the middle of the bait.
I can see maybe 2 or 3 bass or 2 or 3 fish in that bait ball right there. Just some 2 or 3 returns within it whenever he turns.
I know the weather's a lot nicer now than it has been. I was freezing to death this morning. It's colder this morning. It's been the last couple mornings.
I'm actually familiar with this spot.
Kind of getting to the shoal now. The bait's kind of off the side of
rock that they tore the bridge down and dumped. You can see the rock up there.
Yeah, a lot of anglers I talked to on the phone last night said, came looking for bait after a little bit of practice. I stopped looking for bait, and just because I was just not finding it, and the fish weren't near it, or whatever the case may be. The bait was not up in the water column. All those fish were down on the bottom. It's not all about chasing the bait today. Matt Adams exploring it a little bit shallower than he had been earlier today. If you take a look at our leaderboard, we mentioned it. 5 anglers have swapped out. You've got right there in the meat, 3rd through 7th. Those are the 5 new anglers. Everyone else on top or bottom beneath them. We're all in our top 10 to start the day. Chase Clark still on top. Blaine Bunny, 2nd place. Michael Neal in 3rd. Carter Cunningham and Laker Howell rounding out our top 5. We'll be back from Clarks Hill in just a moment. Final day coverage here at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 here at Clarks Hill Reservoir. Our live coverage brought to you today by Daiwa. We left you with the leaderboard going to commercial break, showcasing some of the guys who have stayed in the top 10 and some newcomers joining the top 10 after yesterday's final standings. Guys like Michael Neal, Carter Cunningham, Brooks Anderson, River Lee, and also one Laker Howell, if you know that name. He got 2nd place last year at Santee Cooper, and his dad, classic champ Randy Howell, through Legends exemption, will be back on the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2025. Laker Howell looking to join his father on the Elite Series. And last year, I mean, it's weird to think about Laker Howell because of how young he was, like Bo Browning at all these weigh-ins as a kid, and he's been around the Bassmaster Elite Series for so long. Now he's all grown up, taller than everyone in his family, and catching bass just as good. Finished in the 30s last year, the EQ points race. Had some highs like here at Santee Cooper, 2nd place. Also had some lows though. Comes with the territory of traveling nationally. Not all of the lakes are gonna be your best. Took what he learned last year and jumped back in the opens this year. Looking to be in the top 50 in each division, or at least one of the divisions, to make the EQ points race. And it'll come down to Champlain, one of them in his home state at Pickwick, and Lake Okeechobee. Those are the 3 events that will decide who makes the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2026. So we head out to a guy who tasted some success last year. Had 4, here you go, Such, 4 top 20s for Chase Clark, but 5 finishes worse than 100.
Oh, yeah.
So out of the 9 events, 4 top 20s, 5 worse than 100. Got to get a little bit more consistent, but man, there's a lot of guys wishing they would have had 4 top 20s in their career. He did it in a season. He just also had 5 somewhat bombs that you would consider.
Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Come on, girl.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Oh, shoot.
Just how I scripted it. Talk about not getting any bites. I don't think it's going to help though, it's the only problem. Looks like another 2-pounder. And just make sure everybody's doing okay. think I have, what, 260s or something?
Come up like I'm waiting.
So he had his two smallest is 2 1/4, but he just said I have two 260s, which is actually.
He's got at least 10 more ounces because it's 2.4 to 2.9 is 5 ounces,
Yeah.
so 10 more ounces to his total.
Right now, we just went on a little flurry here about 20 minutes ago that got us sitting right where I wanted to be. But going into this afternoon, I think we got it right around somewhere around 19 pounds right now. Grinded out this morning, had 5 bites, had around 12, and then it just kind of went dull. Ran to a new area up the river, caught my last 2 that I needed to get 5, and then kind of just, the wind died on us, and I'm chasing the wind right now because the wind is what's going, I mean, it's carrying my whole bite right now. If there's not wind, the fish aren't biting. But if I got wind, I caught both that are close to 5 right over there, back-to-back casts, same thing that happened yesterday. And now we're gonna let them fish reposition back up there, go fish this riprap up here, maybe go hit another spot, and then come right back and grind it out here until this thing's over with.
Never understood when reels make that squealing noise when you cast it, they just throw farther.
But
it just means it's going to go far.
To have 19 pounds in the box after catching 22 something yesterday, going through an area with just a crankbait. We left the minnow behind today. Yesterday it played for me a little bit, but today I was like, I wanted to catch 5 big ones no matter what. It could have took till 4 o'clock and I wouldn't have put it down. That's just how much confidence I had in it going into this tournament. And it's paid off for me. So I hope y'all are doing good in the studio.
We are doing fantastic.
He sounds pretty confident, doesn't he?
Oh man, that's what I'm saying. Close your eyes. You'd think he was much older than he is, and you can convince yourself there's a little bit of Trey McKinney on his
What
flow
were you
of
doing when you were
conversation.
18 years old? I was eating paste, I think. So.
Let's see. That was much more of an acceptable thing back in your day, Such. We're not allowed to eat paste now voluntarily. Been a great balance of game plans. Like he said, he didn't want to do the jighead minnow deal, but we've seen plenty of days we could probably all reflect on ourselves where we had a great pattern going and we ran it a little too early and lost confidence or got out of timing of it. This young man from Oklahoma has ran his pattern perfectly this afternoon. Now he's seeking wind. He doesn't need the wind to die out on him now, so he also now has the freeness, Brandon, that he's done a great job today, that I can now go fish places I've never fished, and as long as it looks similar, I don't need to know that there's 100 rocks or 5 rocks. If there's wind and it looks like it, I'm gonna fish it confidently, no doubt.
And he's really just looking for, I mean, he's got solid ones. He's looking for 1, maybe 2 more.
Big one.
1, maybe 2 more bites.
Settle down. God, this fish choked this thing. Oh, yes. That right there. In the mouth. Boom, boy, that is a chunk right there. Yeah. We know about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we come back to the honey hole and they're biting, buddy. That belly on that girl.
I see the McKinney similarities you're talking about right now. A little Robert G similarity. I saw Robert G in one of these shows. He's got T-shirts of the belly pad and Ewok hats.
I said we gotta get.
He's got to send them in.
We gotta wear it.
Send some to live.
Don't want to box Blaine in on being other anglers, but it reminds you of that, and I'm so glad we have live on the opens because we get to expose the world to young characters like that. Because if you saw Blaine Bunny in 5 events catch him on a jighead minnow, you'd think young kid, live scoper. We know the first event he spent most of his time cranking. Like there's more to these, and so it's great to see the personalities and the skill sets come out in each one of these events.
All right, Brandon Codd, you start the season off with a great event. What's that do for you the rest of the year for you?
I mean, like I said, it just comes down to confidence. If you don't have confidence, it doesn't matter if you're doing the perfect thing. You don't catch anything. It's just what it comes down to. So if you have a great first event, it just gives you confidence that I truly think you can go, like, literally do one of the worst patterns on the lake potentially. If you're confident in it and you've got confidence, you're still going to do well. You might not win. You might not win, but confidence is all about it.
See, I used to fish the worst pattern on the lake, Such, but I had fun doing it. See, it works.
I'm confident I can stink doing this. Can you know too much?
Oh, absolutely.
Like Lane Bunny, he's like sticking to it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Well, he doesn't know, he's never been here. Mm-hmm. A couple of these guys have never been to Clarks Hill. Meanwhile, Tyler Campbell's been here plenty of times, and you see, well, you give Tyler Campbell 9 shots or 10 shots to beat a certain angler on this lake, he's going to beat him 9 times out of 10. But today, conditions a little different. He's leaning on, like he said, my practice wasn't great. I've leaned on history. Well, today, history might bite him. Yesterday, it gave him, goodness.
And I think experience too. Over 4 days, experience a lot of time comes out on top, or like when you know too much, I guess. Like over a long period, it helps. But in 2 days, like this became, it really doesn't do a lot.
I used to say that people are like, I could fish the Elite Series. I said, you could beat Jason Christie one day. I don't think you can beat him 4 days in a row. Like, he's going to catch you at some point, like that's the difference. And, I beat him in a one-day tournament. Well, yeah. Give him 32 hours versus 8. He's going to get you.
All right, Ronnie, say his last name. Dylan
Falardo.
6-pounder.
6-pounder.
He's up to 8th place with 17.7 today. Falardo.
I believe. Now you have me questioning it. I'm sorry.
Oh.
But I believe it's Dylan Falardo.
How about the Ryan, Lachniet? Lochnet, maybe?
Lashinet. Yeah, I like yours much better than that second one.
Well,
we'll leave that.
If they keep catching them, we will learn their names.
Yeah.
How to pronounce them.
Just like Emil Wagner last year. Tommy thought Emil was Emil because of being from Denmark. A lot of people are, it's Emil. But him being from Denmark, but in the United States, he goes by Emil.
See a lot of boats in this area. You can see them down the break.
Dylan Falardo was 17th yesterday with 18 pounds.
He fished for UT Chattanooga.
He's got almost that today. The help of a 6-pounder.
I believe he was partners.
Oh, no wonder they need it.
He was partners with Robbie Moore, maybe?
Your brother?
No, my cousin.
Probably look at that like, I'm pretty dumb and I'm up here in the water column trying to eat, but I ain't eating that thing. Okay.
That's the all-name team getting 6-pounders today. Falardo, Brzezowski.
No, I haven't seen a ton. I know that I've seen more today than I have. It's probably because they cold like we are. They went hid. Bait's up in the water column right now. I've only seen that one fish with it though. I'm gonna make them seasick watching my stuff as fast as I'm going. The best spot's back here between the docks. There's a brush pile right out here I need to go check too.
Is that just like a time of year thing that's
Every lake's different. And every lake sets up different. I mean, these fish when we got here were shallow. Like they were dirt shallow, and they may go back to being dirt shallow today, and there may be somebody drop a mega bag that's shallow. They should be right now though. There's the brush. They should be feeding on bait. The problem is, I mean, I ain't really seen nothing on bait. That great big fish out here on the shoal is the first fish I've seen on bait since I've been here. And I can't tell you that was a bass. I can't tell you it wasn't, but I can't tell you it was.
So many anglers off Bass Track
yesterday. It didn't help.
Surprises at the weigh-in. With Joshua Weaver, Bobby Bakewell's making a little bit of run. He's climbed inside the cut, I believe, about 15 pounds. Or a check, I mean.
There's your leader. Couple 6-pounders yesterday, couple 6-pounders today. I would feel really disappointed, Brandon Cobb, if I caught 4 6-pounders in a 2-day tournament in late January and didn't win the tournament, but I think Chase Clark is doing just fine right now.
He's doing just fine.
Maybe if a Clark Seal 8 or 10 shows up, he'll be in jeopardy. We'll be back. Welcome back to the St. Croix Bassmaster Open here at Clarks Hill, presented by 7. Sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Closing in on the final hour of our live show, about an hour and 15 minutes left of live, about an hour and 30 minutes left before the first flight checks in. Chase Clark, Blaine Bunny, Michael Neal, Carter Cunningham, Laker Howell. The top 5 are unchanged. We've got some people sneaking in, like Dylan Falardeau. I told Hank. Hank's texted me during the commercial break. He said, I think it's this, I think it's that. He also gave me the Lockheed or whatever for the other one you said. I said, I knew how to say Dylan's last name until I watched you do weigh-in yesterday, and now I don't know how to say it because you said it 3 times. I don't know which one's right. So I got to go back and watch the weigh-in today, which will be coming up right after Bassmaster Live. So I know what I'm doing this afternoon, Such. I'm figuring out how to say Dylan's name and relearning it the correct way because, I've been listening to too many people.
Biggin. Again. Unless he's hooked in the side. No. Hooked in the side. Foul hooked.
Still kind of look big, if I'm not mistaken.
Might help. Probably not. Thought that was going to be the one I needed. 2-pounder.
Not going to help.
I feel like all the fish look big. Is he small? Him?
Better than nobody.
I feel like they all look bigger when he does.
I'm not saying he's one of those guys, but he might say he's 6 foot and he's 5'10". Like, I'm not sure,
Everyone, he holds them up like, that's a good one. And then
fat. $2.7. Oh goodness. This is small. 2.7. You just gotta get around them. They bite us and you get around them.
What's Christian Nash at on Bass Track?
12 and a half.
He's at 12.5. You just said his smallest one is 2.7.
Well, on Bass Track, he's got a 2.0, a 2.4,
2.8, 2.9,
3.0.
Yeah, he's got all 2.5 to 3s probably. Probably more 13 and a half than 12 and a half. But yes, really no. He's one who's desperate for a kicker. So consistent all day today.
Tell you who did call, Laker Howe with a 3 1/4 pounder. He's up to almost an ounce shy of 20 pounds. He's in 3rd place right now.
That
starting
looks
from
better.
13th.
We'll stick with that one.
They weighed the same thing, it looks like. He's calling by which one looks better.
Yeah, at this point, it's like I caught this one at 8 a.m. or this one at 10:30. I'll keep the 10:30 one, you know.
I have messed up like that before, though. You think, like, I'll put a fresh one in there. Well, you already know the one that you called at 8. He's good to go.
Yeah, he's
So sometimes-
comfortable in that water or something. Yeah, no shock factor.
Tell me that one.
Spitting up.
Yeah.
New.
I asked some of the guys.
Dogs.
Might have been Christian.
He said, if they're fat, that means they can spit something up in the live well, so.
You just said what you did.
Yeah.
That's a really good point.
Christian did say, I said, have you seen anything in your live well? And he said, I've seen a lot of remnants of what I would say was threadfin. He didn't say, he didn't feel like they were bluebacks, and he didn't see crawfish. He said a lot of threadfin.
That's what's unique. In the winter, that's quite often. You'll catch some of the spit out herring, but in general.
You think if they're just not chasing those balls of herring as much and they're waiting for threadfin, that they're more.
I think the threadfinners don't move much. Yeah, it's easy for them.
Easy meal when they're cold and it's more lethargic.
I don't think the herring get very lethargic. Well, I don't know. We just really don't know much about what herring do in the winter, to be honest. Like, nobody does.
Oh. That's why you always have a backup ready to roll. Caught that nice fish just a little while ago. So that's one down. We need 2 more nice ones. We got 2 spotted bass that are still in there that are about 2 1/4 pounds or so. So that's what we're looking for, man. We're just digging for 2 more good sized largemouth. Hoping that one of those is a really nice one.
Sounds like the wind's picking up a little bit. It may help the cranking.
Yeah,
guys.
Let's go over to Blaine. Maybe Robbie.
It's even gone over the earlier predictions. I said going to tap out at 5 or 6. Now it's all the way up to 7. But that's an appling, so.
Okay.
I'll see what the
They
bites
don't have one in
that.
the middle. They don't have a weather station in the middle of the lake. They probably do, but
McCormick.
I don't have it.
McCormick.
With the bites that transpire at places like Clark's Hill and Hartwell in the winter, it does
Starting to see the
remind me
bait
a
fish
lot
lift up a little bit more in the water
of the
column right now
Washita's,
too.
Hamiltons, and even
So I'm hoping here before
Greason,
weigh-in, those
McLean.
fish will kind of get off of the bottom just a little bit more, and we can really kind of hone in on them. Well, there's been a couple fish today that I've caught. Literally, I'll have them coming after it, and I'll just drop the bait all the way to the bottom, and they'll eat it off the bottom, which is kind of odd because normally that's not a tactic that would work, but just kind of goes to show you that these fish are super lethargic. This cold water, it's 47 degrees in this little creek where I'm at. You know, the consistent bite is out there in the middle of these ditches in that like 35 to 50 foot range. Right now, I've come a little bit further back in and where I caught that other nice largemouth, you know, that 20 to 30 foot range, a little bit further in, you know, around some brush, looking for some fish that are starting to push back. You know, obviously with this full sun that we have today, hoping that it kind of heats the water up a little bit more and really kind of gets those fish fired up, and we can get a couple more good ones here.
So you mentioned the water is 47 degrees. That actually has not changed much from 2 weeks ago when I was...
Even with the big cold snap and the snow? And
didn't change a ton.
Curious.
Not gonna cut it.
Looking down the stand and see if anybody who had a really poor first day is coming back up. Michael Stout's got about 16 pounds. Matt Messer, 16 pound as well. They're inside the check right now. Weaver did that from 120th. He's 36. Aaron Yavorsky, youngest ever classic qualifier. He's up to 37th with about 14 pounds. Of course, a lot of anglers are not putting in Bass Track at all.
For sure.
I think Chase Clark didn't have a. Yeah, I think he was on Bass
No,
Track.
he was. He was.
A couple others who got in our top 10 were not.
I told Tyler Campbell that his cameraman would probably be doing his Bass Track, and he said, "Oh, thank goodness."
I was trying to make it wasn't bait, because I thought the same thing. What the world is all that?
I'm starting to hear it, Brandon. I can tell Matt Adams is a little bit. You've been getting texts that he sounds a little similar and acts a little similar to Jamie Rampy, somebody who's been on Bass Live before, and I can see it. I can see it.
I've been watching Matt. He posts social things about how his practice days are going and what to expect and what he should expect, and when he's surprised that he caught 20 pounds yesterday. And
this looks like it could potentially be a largemouth swimming slow. He's missed just a little.
You just wonder what they're doing. There's no bait around. There's no timber. They're just hanging 12 feet off the bottom, you know, whatever.
Missed him again.
And coming up off the bottom to join
a couple of fish right there.
And get them competing.
Oh, are you kidding me? Get your butt out of there.
Oh no. Wrapped his line up when he was falling to the fish.
It's only two fish I've seen, are those two right there.
He gave up on the two. I do the same thing. If I miss one about 5 times, you know, just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, that's
sweet.
But see, that's not the case with a dock. When you hit a dock 3 times, you know, I'm not leaving until I get under that dock. You know, like I got to get under there.
More out of principle than if I want to catch one at this point.
we saw Blaine Bunny go through a pretty good flurry. Is Clark's Hill known as a flurry lake?
The cranking thing, especially in the shallow, that from my experience out there recently, there isn't a ton of fish shallow, but when you hit a group, there's a group. It's like there'll be a lot in one spot.
If they're ready to eat, they'll eat.
That's correct. That's only the second spotted bass I've seen Chase catch.
Sometimes even if you think you're good with your technology, you still accidentally throw at those ones.
Chase did mention brush. He said he caught one out of brush earlier today. Brush was certainly something in that shallower range. He said 10 to 18 at times. That's a little bit of a range, but he said, I'm either in 35 or I'm in 10 to 18. Mm-hmm. And so that brush is obviously showing up in 10 to 18. Maybe a little bit of timber pops up in that 35 to 40 on the edge of it, but
Clarks Hill actually has a ton of brush piles. A lot of them though aren't specific, like bass fishermen put them out. It's a really big crappie fishing lake. So like the section Chase is in now, nearly every single pocket has a brush pile like in the middle. So.
We got about 2 hours left, really about an hour and a half left, and I've been looking at this bank all day. I saved it yesterday, didn't want to fish it. It lays out right. It's got rock that runs about 10 to 15 foot out off the bank. Wanted to come fish it because I don't think I could rest easy knowing I left this stretch of rock unfished. But I will be, after I fish this, I will be going back to my primary area and burning it down until it's time to weigh in. So we're gonna fish this whole stretch and then go right back to where we just came from. Ain't no point in saving anything now.
Talked about 3:15 as the first flight of boats. We've got flights from 3:15 to 4:25. You've got the leader checking in at 4:15. You've got Blake Bunny checking in at 4:05. So when we get done with Bassmaster Live, they'll have another hour or hour and 10 minutes to fish, depending on travel time as well. But those two guys will have another hour after our day is done. And like you said, Such, the afternoon, it seems like it's normally like that. It seems like it's that 1 to 2:30 range, but like they call it, the evening bite could definitely be the deal. You talked about it. You said, actually, a lake that kind of reminds me of the way Clarks Hill fishes, especially this time of the year, is one Sam Rayburn. Sam Rayburn also got a huge snowpocalypse compared to what they're expected the same time Clarks Hill did. And that is our second stop of the open season. We'll be live with you Valentine's Day weekend. Such, there's no one else in the world I'd rather be with here at the desk during Valentine's Day.
Thank you,
than
me too.
Not sure who our guests will be. Maybe it'll be Dakota Ebear. He's a little lovable fella. He's actually fishing Rayburn today.
He knows Rayburn a little bit.
I said, if I can convince you not to fish that open, maybe, it's right before the elites start. So we'll check out the live coverage there, February 13th through the 15th. Ideally, we do a 3-day tournament there, and we'll have top 10 fishing. That one, we've set a lot of records at Okeechobee. This one could be a barn burner as well. We'll be right back from Clarks Hill with the last hour of fishing. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Open here at Clarks Hill Reservoir. Final day coverage here, and normally final day is top 10, but with the snow and ice that hit the southeast this week, we had to postpone and lose Thursday's competition day, so 160 plus anglers fishing today for the title. This is all starting out the season for the 2025 St. Croix Bassmaster Opens in hopes of making it to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Now, quite a bit to take in right here, but this is the full pathway from the Opens to make the Elite Series. You've got 2 divisions this year. You do not have to fish all 9 events. You can fish one division or both divisions, but each division there is a goal. Clarks Hill, Tom Bigby River, Upper Chesapeake, St. Lawrence, that's Division 1. The top 50 anglers in the points will advance on to the last 3 EQ events from Division 1. Same goes for Division 2. Sam Rayburn, Kentucky Lake, Norfolk Lake, and Leech Lake. Those are kind of front-ended with February, March, and April for the first 3, and August, the last event for Leech Lake. Same goes there, though. Top 50 in points from both divisions advance on to the EQ portion of our schedule. 3 additional events, making it 11 combined Opens at Lake Champlain, September 18th through the 20th. Pickwick Lake, October 2nd through the 4th, and Lake Okeechobee, November 13th through the 15th. Points will reset from those top 50 qualifiers. We make it 100 Opens pros. Elite Series anglers will also join them in that mega field of the EQs. Points will reset, like I said, and in those 3 events, we will have a 3-event shootout. The top 10 in the points will make the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2026. We have added 1 extra spot to the EQ qualifiers instead of 9. It is now 10. And for the EQs and the Opens, with 11 total events, we have 2 additional Classic spots. 11 spots in next year's Classic will go to Opens winners, which we could have some elite guys at the end of the year win those and double qualify or get in on their own. So a great combination of 2 different styles. You can fish all the events if you want, or if you're a single division and 4 is much easier for you, we'll fish 4 before August, and you'll fish 1 per month from September till November.
You in or out of those, Brandon Cobb?
Probably have to wait and see. I'm fishing a lot this year, so we'll see when it gets down
might
to it.
Might need to, huh?
Might, never know.
Hope not. Like to see you there, but
somebody said,
like
Tommy said, yeah, Cobb finished in the 60s this year, so he might be a good guest for Bass Live for the Classic. And I was like, wait, Brandon, what?
It happened.
I knew one Brandon missed the Classic.
First time I've ever missed a
Brandon
championship.
Polinick missed it, and then I was like, wait, we had both Brandons miss it? You know, or we have 4 Brandons, but 2 Brandons that never miss it.
First time ever in my career between, FLW and then Bass.
Yeah.
I've never missed a championship. Missed it this year, past year.
Anything you look back on and this is where I messed the boat up, or it was just a year of transition?
It was just, I knew it wasn't ideal schedule for my strengths. I guess you say going into it, I knew looking at it that it was me kind of tough.
Like it's so fun for top water.
Just barely missed
in summertime.
It's not building a house, was it?
With how many rocky points and long points they've got.
Jason Christie.
It'd be a blast. But I guess it's pretty fun. There's deer right there. I don't know if you can get him on video.
Lake is fun in the
back
summertime.
Pocket. He's
with
behind that
top water.
tree right now. See her? Running right up the hill now. Well, she's kind of right there. See her now? Yeah.
Focus, Blaine. We need some crankbait fish. We need some. This is a good window. It's a window of time.
The deer are smaller here, like body-wise. They're small.
Where's he from?
My mom killed a deer
Oklahoma.
this year.
Tulsa
Dressed out
region.
like 260. It was huge. Not a very big rack, but just a massive body. Our ranch sits right along the Oklahoma-Kansas line, and the deer up there, they grow.
Yeah, he said Grand Lake. He said, honestly, where he lives in Oklahoma is a great place to fish and be because you have Fort Gibson, Tin Killer, you got
don't do that,
Hudson
fish.
Lake, you got Grand Lake,
That
you
was
got the
nice.
Arkansas River, obviously, Eufaula. And it is weird how East Oklahoma anglers have done so well in the Carolinas. I know we're launching in Georgia, but the Savannah River lakes,
they fare well.
Palmer, Christie, Evers, like it's a little eerie how those two states or regions fish similar, especially in that pre-spawn to spawn transition.
Mentioned 10 killer. We haven't asked Brandon Cobb what he thinks of the elite schedule. Came out and had to be pretty happy. Two places where you've won.
Yeah, no, I really like.
Well, he didn't text me disgruntled, so I just assumed he already was like okay with whatever, you know, just sign us, let's go fishing.
I've learned when you think it's going to go well, it doesn't. When you think it's going to go bad, it might go well. You have no idea, so you just have to.
There's also one issue.
But I do like it. I like the schedule.
Trying to crank in this clear water. Is this water? It's clear, and the fish live in it, but you gotta have exactly what they want, and they gotta just want to eat. So we'll see if one wants to bite in this clear water. Up there where I'm fishing, that water is kind of a dinge clear. It's still clear, but it's got a little color to it, and that fits for me what I would like to throw a crankbait in, either that or like mud. Fishing line.
I thought he had one for a minute. Caught some fishing line.
Boy, did that ever feel like a fish.
That'll get you every time. I may or may not have fought a stick and thought it was a fish on a crankbait on live before.
It happens.
At least you won't admit to it.
Hey, you were there, Such. Mark Zona and KVD did the same thing on Bass Live. They caught 30 pounds of largemouth in Michigan, and they caught a stick and fought that sucker all the way to the boat.
Man, that's
Zona's like, it's a big one. It's a big one.
Something like that.
Oh, it's a stick. KVD's best line, though, is all the way to the boat, dude.
All the way to the boat.
I got me a new drop shot weight.
Happens.
It's better to fight a stick like it's a fish than a fish like it's a stick.
And then
it come off.
I'd be like Charlie Brown. I caught a rock.
Catch this one first.
Now, this one helps. I'm just completely confused on his fish
doesn't look like
it doesn't look as big as the ones he's thrown back.
Whoa.
Well, that's got a belly on it.
Well,
good. You're not confused.
I'm not confused.
Thought he's going to get an ounce or two, maybe. The catch rate has gone down considerably this afternoon.
You still want it?
Yeah.
Been a couple nice ones with
It is
Laker House
215
412.
on Championship Saturday. I got a nice little bag. The thing with me today is I have my big fish. I got 2 of them, but I had consistent 3-pounders yesterday to pair with them, and today that consistency is kind of disappeared a little bit. So now my keeper fish are 2 1/4, 2.5 pound fish today instead of upper 3 pounders. I got a few more places that I'm gonna run that I haven't hit all week. And then after that, I plan to run back through some of the places where I think I have the best chance to catch a big one.
Yeah, there are worse problems to have if you've lost consistency with your other 3 fish, if you have 6 pounders. But yes, that is a concern for Chase Clark, that you don't want to have these 2 big ones and still somehow lose. So he's still trying to upgrade those 2.5 to 3 pounders he has. But Brandon Cobb, you said the 6.5 yesterday. That's a big one, but it's not the biggest we'll see at Clark's Hill. He's got 2 more in that same category today.
I really don't know the size of that one. It's big. Or
yeah, this one right here.
This one here, yeah.
He holds it sideways.
Yeah.
He holds it far away when he's holding it vertical, and then he holds it sideways, and it's so hard to it's so difficult to tell.
I'm pretty excited about it, though.
He did.
Let's talking up a 10 pounder.
That's the type of fish that you gotta have.
Most of the time we can interpret. That one had the weight of a 10 pounder because he had 2 fish and it was very important, not necessarily an actual 10 pounder.
Had the impact of a 10 pounder.
Right. Yes.
I think you're also seeing the catch rate go down a little bit too, because everybody's good enough with live scope now. They're not throwing at a lot of the smaller fish anymore. So they're not targeting the smaller spots and things.
Top 10 leaderboard. Got guys like Dylan, guys like Christian, guys like Laker, all jumping in the top 10. All chasing Chase Clark and Blaine Bunny, your top 2. We go into the last 40 minutes of fishing on Bassmaster Live here at Clark's Hill. We'll be right back. Welcome into the final day here, Clark's Hill. Final couple minutes of Bassmaster Live as well. We got about half an hour left, 35 minutes or so, that these anglers get to showcase their fish catches on Bassmaster Live. Anglers will continue to fish as first flight checks in at 3:15 Eastern time, about 15 minutes after we end live. That's when they start checking in, and they'll go for about an hour. We have 160 boats, so not nearly as long of a weigh-in as in past years.
About an hour and a half yesterday.
This is the first open without co-anglers. We do miss co-anglers, but we do know with so much emphasis on the Elite Series, making the Elite Series, fairness of competition, if we're not going to have a full field of co-anglers, then they decided we just can't have co-anglers at this moment. Cameras in the boats, live coverage, all those different things, making it a fair playing ground for the ones who, are fishing all 8 events, or the EQs with the goals of the Classic and the Elite Series. But it's been a great field. I encourage those who did fish opens. The nation has a lot of opportunities with our regional events we have now. It's a great platform to learn there. Also, we have the team championship, things like that. But it was great always meeting opens co-anglers. A lot of opens co-anglers also are marshals on the Elite Series. Like they just like riding along with other guys to learn and explore.
So maybe they're trying to equate the opens to the same rules as the Elites having, which is the same.
Yeah, screen sizes,
same format,
off
same
limits
format.
of 1 month, same thing. Yes. 3 days of practice.
Finally got one. Oh. Dang it. That stings.
most of the anglers we've watched are within 15-minute run from the ramp, so most of them will get up till the end of the
Tell
day.
you right now, that one was, yeah.
That's one good thing about the Savannah River lakes like Hartwell and Clarks Hill. Big in size. This is a huge lake. But honestly,
not real long runs.
Yeah, it's not actually that
30
big in
minutes
terms
is a
of
long run.
Yeah, exactly. You're never that far away from takeoff.
Oh, I didn't even see it. I had one grab a hold of it. Got him that time. Baby. He's peeing. That thing right there got no, he got that syndrome. It's called no acidol. That's, I mean, he got a problem right there, I'm telling you. Come off. No, he didn't. What the heck? Dude, this might actually be better fish. I don't know. What's that? I don't know yet. I haven't seen him. It's a good one. I'm gonna stay right here. Nah, he's not that good. Spot! You sons of guns. I don't think you're gonna be as big as the other ones I got, I don't think. Yeah, he is. 2.5.
Cool thing about all these herring lakes is these numbers they're catching. I mean, in the winter, you can do it on Hartwell, like Hartwell, Russell, Clarks Hill. It's really fun fishing, honestly.
Talking about how Blair Bunny's an 18-year-old from Oklahoma is in second place right now.
See, you did it too. Ha ha ha. Blaine Bunny.
Blair. Carter Cunningham was born in 2007. He's in 5th place. He's got a 20-pound bag today on Bass Track. He's from Dawsonville, a little closer.
Wow. I thought you called him Bad Bunny for a second there. I'm glad you said Blair Bunny.
The Killer Bunny of Claremore. How about that?
Oh, okay.
In honor of Monty Python. Got a headline. Chase Clark chases down Clark crown. How about Clark cracks Clark?
The Clarks have it.
Clark?
Clark. I'm so confused on this whole conversation.
Hey,
y'all lost me about.
Welcome.
Clark winning at
my
Clark.
life.
Clark can't be beat.
Normally it's one of those things you throw a rock in the woods. You're, what was that? And Sucher's on the prowl. Like I send him that way.
Got slick on Blaine. The water did.
I wonder if it's a point to his left or his right or how he's.
It looked like Clark's Hill has so many points. It looked like he was fishing basically the split point between two ditches earlier. He's in the Parksville area of the lake. Oh, thought he hooked one there right off the bat. I don't know if that's a bass, but it's large.
That's a big old fish right there.
That's what he just said, too.
Where he went. There he is. I got about 10 minutes. That's a big one. That's a big one.
Right up on top.
At least it looked at him. No, it's not. It's a largemouth. Might help. He was not as big as he looked. Yeah, he's gonna help. Not as big as I thought he was. He's a 4-pounder maybe. Thought he's a 5 or 6 on me. No. Hey, just chill out, 3-pounder. No. Come here. Well, there's one more in my largemouth. Not as big as I was hoping he'd be. But that's a solid fish. Every little bit helps right now. The way he looked, he's so shallow. The way he looked, I thought he was a real big one. He not, but he'll help. Three pounds on the nose, it says. We'll see. Fish looks bigger than 3, don't it?
I mean, it's no less than 3.
Yeah. That's what I thought too.
It may be a long season.
Yeah, it does.
And you may get your points reset, obviously, going to the last 3 EQ events, but from Matt Adams coming so close last year and missing out by 1 spot, if he's 7th or 8th coming into today and moves up to 5th, like you just have to think like, okay, get through the first 4 okay, and if I can make good habits of even turning a bad day into a positive, that helps when you get to a 3-event shootout where you really can't you're not gonna be able to have a bad hour in those 3 events.
Correct.
Not at all.
It's gonna be very interesting too, because it's a spring schedule to get to those 3 events, but then there's 3 events of a fall schedule.
Yeah. And I like that Hank has scheduled them. I don't like when we miss or lose a day of competition like we do in January and February sometimes, but having that Rayburn event's gonna be a winter event, early pre-spawn event. So you have 2 of those type tournaments. Kentucky Lake in first week of March. Hayden with one coming off at the boat.
Quick release.
So you do have those couple pre-spawn events. You'll have a couple in that April range around the spawn time. And then you get some smallmouth events and some tidal events, and then you've got an ending season smallmouth event.
Mm-hmm. I haven't heard from Dylan in a while.
Dylan Fogarty, yeah.
I'm just going around, kind of just hitting places I got bit in practice. I mean, I never caught any big ones around here, but you never know. That place way up the river that I've been fishing was the only spot that I really got some quality bites, so that's why I decided to stick out my whole tournament there, and I just ran down here, thought I could pick up one more decent one at least and call out one of my 2.5s. But I don't know. There was a bunch of fishing here during practice, and looks like they have vacated the area. I feel good. You know, it's my first Bassmaster Open. I made the first top 10. Got a camera in my boat, so I was super excited about that. I was telling myself, you know, even if I didn't catch a bass today, I'd still be super happy with how I did this week. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. Just an awesome experience overall.
Fogarty started the day 7th place, 19 pounds, 6 ounces. A little short of that today without a kicker. He's almost at 15. Dropped down to 13th place. Our leader, Chase Clark, who had 25-14 on day one, couple 6-pounders. Our big bass, 6'8".
And a couple 6s today.
Back at it again with 2 6s today, and he's at 18 pounds. And Blaine Bunny, who had 22.7, has got him beat on Bass Track by 1 pound. He's got 19.0, so he's gained 1 pound on his 3.7 deficit, so he's 2.7 back, and he'll need a big bite to catch Chase Clark. Smallest is 2.13, so add 2.7 to that, you're looking at 5+.
Which there's plenty of them. We've seen them today, and clearly on Bass Track, there's a lot of them being caught.
Yes.
And if everybody's like I am, you got to figure some of these 6s are a little more than 6s.
Exactly. Chase Clark's included.
I'm interested. I do think we will break 6-8 for Big Bass today. I think we'll see one hit 7. Whether it's Laker Hal or whether it's Chase's second fish, whatever it is.
Out of all these 6s,
somebody's going to hit 7.
Yep.
We will see. Maybe Chase Clark will run the gamut. He'll win Big Bass yesterday, maybe win it today, and might win the whole tournament. Blaine Bunny and Laker Hal and some others have something to say about that. We got 20 minutes left in our fishing day. We'll be back from Clarks Hill shortly. St. Croix Bassmaster Opens at Clarks Hill Reservoir, presented by 7, is brought to you by Toyota, Bass Pro Shops, Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. It's been a great day of coverage here, and hey, honestly, I gotta say it. Every time Brandon Cobb's either on camera or shows up in studio, big fish show up. We need to start calling him Big Fish Brandon Cobb. I think that one year you had a big fish in almost every event, and Such slandered you, saying they weren't that big a fish.
He had a 913 at St. John's 2022, but it was his only fish of the day. That's what I wrote in the Big Fish gallery. And all of a sudden, Ronnie's like, "Man,
well, and then
Cobb's mad at you."
And then
I start calling him Big Fish Brandon Cobb.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Mike Sukon on the end, award-winning Daily Limit writer. We've got a 2-time Bassmaster Elite Series champion, Brandon Cobb, one of the best guys in this region of the country. And the region we're talking about, the Savannah River, Lake Hartwell, Russell, Clarks Hill, places like that. And Brandon, this has been fantastic. Yeah. We've seen big ones get caught on a spinning rod with a jig head minnow. We've seen them on a jig, a football jig, on channel swing banks. We've seen cranking as well. We didn't get to see the topwater Tyler Campbell promised, but he brought drama in another way by breaking off fish and still getting them in the boat.
And the little hand line in action to start the day. It really shows how good diverse Clarks Hill is. We've seen fish from 5 foot all the way out to 50, and they're catching them a lot of jighead minnow action, but then also on jigs and crankbaits and everything. So one thing that surprised me, we haven't seen a ton of jerkbait action, which is kind of surprised me. In my last few months fishing out there, that's what I've seen, and maybe a lot of the fish got a little too deep for it, but still, it's great fishing, spots and largemouth. Everything's going on.
I think we get to learn a little bit with the forward face, especially like Matt Adams stuff, and hearing from anglers how all these fish are so just tight to the bottom that even in the ditch with timber around, rock around as well, they don't have to be around the timber or rock. There's nothing. It's featureless at times, and they're just welded down there, ... and you could, in theory, side scan some of these fish in the middle of the creek ditches like you would in past years. And so some of these guys, we've got some 18-year-olds in our top 10, we've got some 48-year-olds in our top 10, and they're all finding ways to catch them this week.
That's right. Yeah, but prior to being able to see the fish stuck to the bottom and stuff, you just drag. You would be fishing very, very similar, but you would essentially drag a shaky head.
You have to hope. If you're not scoping, you're hoping.
But you know if they bite on the fall, maybe they wear off the bottom and stuff like that. And Such, the only other question, we talked about the big fish and how good Clarks Hill's been. 6/8's our big bass. We've seen 3 or 4 close to 6-pounders reported today. Do we break 6/8?
I think one of them's going to be over that today, yeah.
Do we hit 7?
I think so.
I think right under. I'll take the opposite.
Maybe Christian Nash will give us, he's Mr. 2.5 to 3-pounder today. He needs, of everyone, needs a good one.
He has caught some solid fish for sure. A lot of largemouth too. He's catching a lot, just no real big ones.
It's so difficult to manage. I'm catching a lot of fish in this depth range, largemouth and spotted bass. Do I stay in that depth range, or do I have to go 10 feet shallower, 10 feet deeper to find the better size? Like, it's weird. The depth zone for him today has just been those fish right there.
My opinion is, on this lake specifically, if you're catching largemouth, you could catch a big one. That's the key. If you're only catching spots, not a great sign, but.
Great to get exposed to new anglers, whether back in the day it was people I meet at high school or college series events, seeing the younger generation. Now the opens with our live coverage, getting to talk to these anglers, getting to see the way they fish, how young our sport's getting so quick with technology, but also just college series, high school series, junior, it's all working, and there's so many anglers getting into this sport that the average age of our fishermen on all levels has gone down tremendously. We got 2 guys who could finish in the top 10 that are 18 years old, Carter Cunningham and Blaine Money.
Last year we had the youngest elite winner, the youngest to get into a classic. The year before in the opens was 24.8 average years old, the top 9 who made it to the elites. This last year we had Cody Meyer kind of took the curve. And
Matt Adams was for most of the year as well. Yeah, he would have been the age.
Dakota Aber's 32, Myers at 40.
Yeah.
Blaine's back
bumped
on
it up
his
3
point.
years. But before that, it had been over 30, the guys who had advanced from the opens to the elites.
Blaine's back on his point where he caught the 2 big ones a while ago.
What poise he's got. I mean, I'm just telling us what's going on. Hey, there's a deer.
That was as he was switching crankbait colors, Such. He didn't want us to see his crankbait colors.
Ah.
That was a misdirection.
Yeah, well,
misdirection.
And he's even more aloof.
That's the rock in the woods. Like I
doing
said,
that.
throw it over there. Hey, Such, look over there.
Squirrel.
Snipe hunting. You ever been snipe hunting?
Chase Clark, though, we talk about it with certain anglers that, maybe do well in the high school series, maybe have some okay success in the college series, but they have the desire and determination. They're finding a way, and they're honestly taking their lumps in the opens. He had 4 top 20s, 5 finishes in the triple digits last year. And now he's back at it again. Instead of losing hope or giving up, he's going to try it at least another year. And he's starts it off with a bang the first day of the tournament. Comes in after a slow morning, still hangs with it, leading right now with just an hour left in the day and could have his breakthrough. He could go to the Classic.
You can't say it was type of fisheries. He's third at Leech Lake after 123rd at St. Clair.
Yeah.
He definitely, today was starting off looking like, which I've been in that position, when you're leading a tournament or have a good first day, and it was starting like, it was coming apart, and then he did a great job of turning around.
He didn't run around a bunch. He stayed calm in his areas. That's what was cool.
He did.
Yeah, and that St. Clair finish, I don't disregard it. Man, it's been such a location deal at St. Clair the last few years that if you just weren't in Anchor Bay, maybe you didn't want to fish around there. If you just went out to where you had great success, but you were alone, it didn't go down there. You just were in the wrong area sometimes, you know?
Well, and that's one of the few places that you don't necessarily want to be by yourself.
Yeah.
And I haven't followed Chase for very long, but obviously watch him. He's been fishing kind of a different area of the lake than a lot of your other guys, so he might be one of those guys that likes to fish on his own, so that's what can happen.
What a different start from last year's EQs. Okeechobee, he was 164th.
Maybe he just doesn't like big bowls like St. Clair and Okeechobee. They're the same. They're Okeechobee North and St. Clair South. That's what they are.
You
Not
follow
sure that
151st.
most people do.
Classic berth up for bids here.
Yeah, early. Oh.
Get it before we even know where it's
Missed
at.
one. That's what Scott Martin did last year. Yeah, if you do fish in the opens and win, and you fish your whole division, or you fish all 3 EQs, you can make the Classic, and these guys did it last year. Scott Martin at Okeechobee, Jeremiah Kindy, local at Lake Washita. We had 3 locals kicking it off. Kyle Austin and Santee Cooper, all 3 of those guys call those lakes their home. Didn't change much. Josh Butler wins on his home lake. The first one that wasn't a home lake victory, Easton Fothergill at Eufaula. Jay Shakirit's from, he's actually from Wisconsin, but he's a smallmouth that just breathes air. So St. Clair makes sense. And then another home lake for Easton Fothergill. Cody Stahl with 19 pounds on the final day at the Mississippi River. Push Poland back in his area, able to win there. And then Bobby Bakewell, a buzzbait, 3 days in the fall, gotta love it. Was able to win, had a big one on the final day for the second biggest bag of the tournament. All 9 of those, or all 8 of those, Easton twice, going to the Bassmaster Classic this year. I made the prediction, Such, that Easton's going to be the highest rookie finisher in the Classic, since he's the only one from the Opens that made the elites.
I'm thinking we've been blessed with a good tournament, no matter how it comes out. Blessed with a good practice to lead to a good tournament. And just thankful how everything went. And maybe here in the next 15 minutes, I'm not going to get off this point, so I might retie a different color and run one back through there, because there's still some fish that live up here. You see them on scope right now, they're just not wanting to react. The wind died again. And that wind's been a key player for me all day today and yesterday. So, it's kind of the end of the day, how it's gone for me. It's been a long day, kind of a draining day. That fish made me work for it today, but it's been a good day. Turned out to be.
We still in 2 box?
Yeah, they're going to check in on you here now. How are you feeling about that?
Knows the lingo already.
No, I do not. I got 1 hour. I'm still trying to catch a 4-pounder. My goal was 20, and I don't have 20 yet. Nonetheless, it's been a great week here on beautiful Clarks Hill. It's my first time ever here, and I will definitely come back. It's a beautiful fishery, and anytime you can go to somewhere and catch spotted bass and 6-pounders at the same time, it's a fun lake and a good lake. Not to mention the scenery is awesome, and the surrounding areas are pretty cool too. So big fan of the lake, and hopefully the competition, don't want to wish bad on anybody, but doesn't have as much as I do.
Certainly had himself
and
a lead
hopefully
yesterday.
Everybody's had fun watching me today too.
3-7 over Blaine Bunny, 3-9 over Christian Nash, 5-14 over Matt Adams. So those were the three closest pursuers to him. Chase Clark obviously has opened the door slightly, but honestly, I'll take 3 in the 2.5 to 3 pound range, Brandon, with 2 6s.
With 2
I'll
6s.
take that.
Yeah, he had a bit of a buffer.
Yeah.
Dylan Filardo, right? 4.8 just caught. He's up to 19 pounds, 7 ounces, 5th place. How about that? A little late day, nice catch. He's got a 6-pounder in his 5.
When I get this in, we're gonna roll.
Got a little slow this afternoon for some anglers. Wasn't nearly as on fire as the first 3 hours of our live show, but Brandon, we know we can say goodbye. They have 15 to 20 minutes left before they got to go for the first flight. Got about an hour left for some of our leaders to come back in. Just a couple casts and they can end up with a 5+ pounder. You said you wanted one more cranky bite. We'll keep an eye on Blaine Bunny.
That's right.
See if he can close that gap. But there's your leaderboard right now, your unofficial leaderboard. Final day, remember, 160 anglers fishing today, not just the final 10. You're gonna wanna watch the weigh-in. There's definitely anglers who do not have fish on Bass Track that will come in with a bag of fish. Will it be a fish limit that gets them in the top 5? Maybe. But either way, we will start to fill in some of those gaps and officially set a points leaderboard for Division I after the first stop of the season. Been a great day. We've seen a couple 6-pounders from our day 1 leader, possibly a breakthrough tournament for him. We've seen some high school All-Americans who didn't have the utmost confidence in themselves get nudged out on the opens, and boy, has that been a good decision. We have an 18-year-old from Oklahoma jumping from the high school series saying, if I'm gonna do this, why waste time? Let's try the opens as early as I can. You've got another guy who's made the classic for 2025, Tyler Campbell, who we will keep an eye on for the open season, no doubt about it. Brandon Cobb, appreciate you coming from not far from Clarks Hill all the way here to come talk about Clarks Hill.
I love talking about Clarks Hill and hanging out with you guys.
Boy, we got to get an Elite Series event here. We could start the Elite Series in mid-February here, no doubt. Doesn't have to be Florida. We could do it here.
Absolutely.
We'll have to get to work on that. What a great week here at Clarks Hill. Thanks for hanging with us through the snow and the ice early in the week. Through a 2-day tournament, 160 anglers, and boy, Clarks Hill showed out. Largemouth spotted bass could take almost 45 to 50 pounds to make the classic with the win today. Weigh-in's gonna begin in about a minute or so. As soon as you hang up from here, click the leaderboard tab on Bassmaster.com and you can watch the weigh-in. First flight checks in at 3:15, so get it queued up. Go refill whatever drink you got. Maybe listen to your favorite song. Maybe listen to Bad Bunny. I don't know what you listen to. Such loves it.
Blaine Bunny.
And then watch the weigh-in. 3:15, they'll check in and we will see who wins Clarks Hill to kick off the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. For Ronnie Moore, that's Mike Sukan, Brandon Cobb. We will see you at Sam Rayburn in 3 weeks.